The following is a presentation of The Day.
It's the culmination of championship week in the ECC, live from Dodd Stadium. It's the Division II baseball final. The number 1 seeded Ledyard Colonels, the number 2 seeded St. Bernard Saints, the 2 best teams in Division III all year long will play here for a championship, and all the action is live on game day. Casey O'Neill along with Mike Susie, and right there, game day brought to you by Susie Power Washing. If you need the best of the best, you want to make your deck, your house, your walkway, your fence, you want to make it look beautiful, call Susie Power Washing. They'll take good care of you. Tell them game day sent you. So we got a matchup tonight, Mike. Number 1, number 2. Ledyard Colonels, it's been a long time coming. George Rivera, Coach of the Year in the ECC, has finally put together a team in a championship game, and he'll be going up against the Saints. They've done a fabulous job as well. Senior-led Saints, senior-led Colonels, with their top 3-4 guys both being seniors, and this one should be a good one here to start us off.
I'm really excited today. These are 2 teams that I haven't got a chance to see, especially seeing a good friend George, his Ledyard team, the number 1 seed, and then seeing the Saints, who I've actually had an opportunity while I was at E.O. Smith to play a couple times, and to see a good buddy, Isaac Lazaro, who's assistant coach, and his son Johnny, who actually I had a chance to work with when he was a little lad. So it's great to see him grow up and play here.
Let's take a look at the lineup for the Saints. Leading off, the shortstop, Noah Holland. Batting second, out in center field, it's the Rocket himself, Johnny Lazaro. The biggest second baseman in the ECC, Desmond Powers, bats third. B-Low, Brian Lowe, the third baseman, hits cleanup. Ryan Garvey, the right fielder, hits fifth. Connor Gallagher on the mound will hit sixth. Joe Muscarella, the catcher, will hit seventh. Preston Smith is the first baseman, hitting eighth. And Nick DeMarco will bat ninth and play left field. They'll be facing a familiar name to ECC baseball fans, Jake Nenna. The sophomore right-hander for Ledyard has been dynamite all year long, son of Ed Nenna, the great umpire and New London High School great. And he will be on the mound, and he'll face Noah Holland, the shortstop for the Saints first. Defensively, he'll have Jeff Duerk doing the catching, Cal Cassavan at first. Peter Tweed, the second baseman, shortstop Jack Leaf, and the third baseman Trent Brook. Out and left, Ethan Spinner, the center fielder, Carson Luther, and in right field, Sam Dunsmore. Nenna's first delivery on the outside part of the plate is a swing and miss. And Mike, Jake Nenna will pound the strike zone, in, out, up, down, multiple pitches. Won't overwhelm you or overpower you, but you'll see a lot of bad contact.
You see the leadoff guy was swinging right away, got in the box, ready to hit. He must have a pretty good scouting report on the young man also, knowing he's going to be around the plate.
The 0-2, breaking ball down. I talked with his father, and I said, he's the guy at the end of the game where you go 0 for 3, and you go, how did I go for 3 against this guy? And 2 weak ground balls and a pop-up. But he's a pitcher, only a sophomore, and he's going to show you how to pitch.
So you have seen him pitch. Does he remind you of our good friend Ray Pavone, kind of like that?
You know what? If he gets a little bigger, he has a lot of that same in him. Everything is soft contact, and it's just an inch in, an inch out. He's very, very tough that way. The 2-2 pitch is lined back up the middle off of Nenna. He calmly fields and makes the play over to Cassavant for the first out.
Good job there, staying in control, not going crazy. Took his time, collected himself, still got the out.
That'll bring up the center fielder, Johnny Lazaro. Senior all-conference player. He's out in center field. Outstanding shortstop. He's heading to Avery Point in the fall. He'll go play for Travis Postole over at Avery Point. And he is, in many ways, the sort of engine of this team offensively. When he's on base for the big guys, it makes things happen. And Lazaro will face Nenna. Fastball poured in for strike one.
Good scouting report on him, Case. He's all over the plate. He's all over it.
You see that little sling of the arm. Ball kind of just jumps on you. That one, right, dives in, fouls it off.
Hides it just enough. Like you said, he's going to be one of those kids at the end of the day that you're like, how come I didn't go 3 for 4 and hit 2 balls in the gap or make great contact? He looks like he's a frustrating kind of pitcher.
He averages complete games, 80 pitches, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. Like it's everything is put the ball in play to my teammates with soft contact.
Well, the big thing is it sounds like he has a lot of trust in his defense, and they look like they play behind him. So,
veteran guy at shortstop for him, Jack Leaf. His second baseman, Peter Tweed, outstanding sophomore. The 1-2 to Lazaro. Fastball check swing. Did he go? No swing. 2-2.
I thought I heard a tip. I don't know. I have the headphones on. I don't know if you heard it.
I think Lazaro's got a little grin on his face knowing he got away with one right now. The 2-2.
Hey.
Fastball grounded to the shortstop, Leaf. Cleanly fields, throws across the diamond for the second out.
There you go. I mean, decent contact, but you know what? Shortstop makes a great play, especially with a speedy runner with Johnny Lazaro.
And that's always good to keep runners off base for this next hitter, Des Powers, the second baseman and 3-hitter, the big lefty, has a lot of pop, goes gap to gap. He'll be heading to Tufts to play baseball.
And now his grandfather was the coach at St. Bernard's when we played.
And his other grandfather was the great English teacher and wrestling coach Fran DePeter at New London.
Okay.
So that's the story of the DePeter's Powers legacies at New London and St. Bernard. And Des, that ball's hit well. Outfield, though, playing very, very deep. And the right fielder, Sam Dunsmore, tracks it down. That's a good scouting report for the Colonels. We're halfway through the first. It's 0-0. We will keep it here and talk a little bit about that play right there, because that ball is generally destined for the gap. And in a place like Dodd Stadium, we talk all the time about the cavernous outfield. Most teams play very, very shallow, daring you to hit it over their head. Ledyard adjusted.
I think that was a great job by George. That's a no doubles defense right there. 2 outs, nobody on, deepen up your outfielders. Guess what? The ball stays in front of you. There's no one in scoring position. The ball gets over your head. Now all of a sudden we got guys in scoring position. So if George did what I think he did, he moved the outfielders back a little, played no doubles defense, and they did a great job.
Now you got a chance to see another fine arm here, Mike. On the mound for St. Bernard's is the junior Connor Gallagher. Right-hander also pounds the strike zone with fastballs, a lot of 2 seams, good breaking ball. Here's the lineup he'll face for the Colonels. Leading off, shortstop Jack Leaf. Center fielder, the speedy Carson Luther, hits second. Catcher Jeff Dewar third, and Cal Cassavant, the first baseman, bats fourth. Trent Burke, the senior third baseman, hits fifth, and Ethan Spinner, your left fielder, hits sixth. Designated hitter Ashton Wustner hits seventh. Peter Tweed, the sophomore second baseman, hits eighth, and Sam Dunsmore, right fielder, hits ninth. Defensively for St. Bernard, and we mentioned Gallagher on the mound. He'll be caught by junior Joe Muscarella. Around the infield, first baseman Preston Smith, second baseman Desmond Powers, shortstop Noah Holland, and third baseman Brian Lowe. The outfield, in left, Nick DeMarco, center fielder Johnny Lazaro, and in right field, Ryan Garvey. So that is your Saints defense. Gallagher, similar to Nena, is not overpowering in the strikeout department. A little more stuff, if you will. So he'll get a few more swings and misses. But he's really pitching to contact as well. And you're going to like what you see from him, Mike. He's also a guy who doesn't show you the same pitch on the same plane in the same spot. He'll go in and out, up and down, different arm angles. And he'll face senior shortstop Jack Leaf of the Colonels to start us off here in the bottom of the first.
How are both teams looking pitching-wise? I know it's tough in a short series like this and a championship series where they have to throw guys and get ready and maybe pitch guys. I mean, who has the pitching edge tonight?
Well, that's a great question as Gallagher delivers. Fastball grounded back up the middle. Nice easy hop for Holland. He throws across the diamond. 1 pitch, 1 out. Just like we saw in the top of the first, they're coming out swinging. So Nena is the de facto ace for Ledyard, and he, with his efficiency, he should give them a lot of depth. Similarly, Gallagher is a top-of-the-rotation guy for St. Bernard. So you're seeing 2 number 1 guys who should go deep in the game. I think Ledyard's got a little more rest than St. Bernard's, but neither team, I think, is going to go deep in the roster with state tournament play opening up on Monday. Right. Powers is done. Garvey is done. Quilter is done. So we're on both sides. I think edge slightly to the Colonels. Pop-up heading out of play off the bat of Carson Luther, the center fielder. Can run, plays an outstanding center field, and similarly to Lazaro in the 2 spot for St. Bernard's, he gets on base. It makes things happen for the Colonels. Fastball sails high, 2-1 to Luther.
You know, box something right here, right? Get a good pitch. Your zone.
2-1, pitch of decision. Fouled back for the count to be 2-2. Pitch of decision meaning if you miss and go 3-1, you're in an ultimate hitter's count. If you can get a strike, 2-2, now you're in a significant pitcher's count. And so that 2-1 pitch is the most important pitch in baseball. Gallagher delivers big breaking ball, swung on missed, strike 3.
That was a great spot. Great spot. Even if he made contact, it would have been soft contact. It might have blooped into right field if he got it, but it was a great spot. Not much of the plate.
Catcher Jeff Dewar will hit third. Now, what's interesting about Gallagher, Mike, is he is pitching for the 3rd day in a row, as he came in relief in both of their first 2 victories. Did not throw 20 pitches in either, or 26, which is the rule.
Right.
So he is back here starting, and he is going to go as long as he is able.
To be young again, be able to do that.
He's going to go. I can't even, change a light bulb 3 days in a row. That is fouled out of play, 1-2 on Dewar. I said,
he definitely is coming at guys. He's around the zone, and both guys are doing a great job right now, pounding the zone. And that just shows that they're really confident in their defense.
Gallagher, tailing fastball, freezes Dewar on the outside part of the plate for strike 3. We're at the end of 1, no score. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
The Water Street Waffle Company is now open at 133 Bank Street in New London, Connecticut. This woman-owned business, Water Street Waffle Company, brings together Southern-inspired comfort food and classic Belgian waffle traditions, all served with genuine hospitality. Everything is made fresh from scratch daily. Great food, great atmosphere. Visit WaterStreetWaffleCompanyNL.com to see more. This season on Game Day, all big hits are sponsored by the Norwich Sea Unicorns. You can catch all the hard-hitting action all summer long at Dodd Stadium. Don't forget to check out the Sea Unicorns home opener, Saturday, May 30th at 6:30 p.m. There is a magnet scheduled giveaway and post-game fireworks. For more information on promotion and tickets, please visit the Sea Unicorns website at goseaunicorns.com. And check out Game Day CT for the Sea Unicorns big hitter of the game.
Well, the Birds are certainly enjoying their time here at Dodd Stadium. That means that spring is officially here, or it just means that they were too dumb to to stay down in Florida for a little extra time. And we're at the top of the 2nd inning. It'll be Brian Lowe, Ryan Garvey, and Connor Gallagher up for St. Bernard's. Here's Brian Lowe, 4-hitter. Walk-off in Game 1 as he doubled off the fence in the bottom of the 7th. This young man has a lot of power in the bat, a little bit raw, but he's got exactly what you want. And he hammers that first pitch into right field for a base hit.
As an offensive guy and an offensive coach, I love when the kids get in the batter's box and compete right away, ready to swing, in that yes mode, get right in the box, be ready to hit.
Ryan Garvey, the right fielder, and a left-handed batter up low will lead off first. Not much of a threat to run, but St. Bernard's with runs at a premium today might be looking to move some things around. Nena, pretty quick to the plate, delivers a fastball in for strike 1.
I also like that not right away we're going to bunt and get that,
I'll share a story with you from earlier in the tournament that I wanted to pull my hair out. The 0-1 delivery to Garvey. Nana takes his time. Time's called. I won't say the team, but in the 2nd inning, the 4-hitter leads off with a hit, and the 5-hitter squares around to bunt. And I may or may not have yelled out, "Why is he hitting fifth?" Of course, he popped the bunt in the air, and the inning went to die.
Yeah.
0-1 pitch to Garvey. Pop up on the infield. Third baseman Burke calling, and he makes the play for the first out.
Now, 75% of our listeners are going, how come he didn't bunt? He just popped up and didn't move the runner over, and he just...
I had a long conversation with some very good baseball men in the other room about that. In high school, there's too many ways to advance bases. There's too many wild pitches. There's too many errors. There's too many ways to advance bases. I'm not giving anybody any outs at all. You have to earn every one of them. Connor Gallagher, the pitcher, has a chance to help himself here. Brian Lowe leads off first. Hard hit, right back to Nena, catches it in the air, doubles off Lowe, and the Colonels are out of the top of the second.
That's a tough one right there, but you kind of gotta, what do we say? You gotta say it, freeze on a line drive, young man. But
you know what that is? Bad luck. It happens.
Yeah, oh yeah.
There's nothing you can do.
There's
That's just like,
nothing you can
it's
do
done.
about that.
It happens. Part of baseball.
Yeah.
So, going back to the bunt thing, I am an advocate for bunting in the following situations. You want to get a runner to third with less than 2 outs so that a productive member of your lineup can get up. Fine. You want to get runners advanced so that you can get a certain hitter up to the plate and guarantee them an at bat. I understand that. But the problem is the bunt too often isn't successful. So you don't actually advance the runner, you just give up an out. And when all you're doing is advancing them to second base, you still need a hit to even have a chance at scoring them. I just think that when the best case scenario is I have to give you an out to advance you 1 base, and I still need a hit to score you, I'll take my chances stealing, picking a pitch in the dirt to advance, and then try to, I just think giving outs is unnecessary in most instances, certainly not with the middle of my order.
Right. And also it's high school baseball, so runs are usually at a premium. So you're going to score runs unless it's the 6th inning and it's a 0-0 game and both guys are dotting it up. And, yeah, you know what? Maybe we take a chance to get a guy in a scoring position, so maybe a bloop scores it and we win the game. But early in the game in high school baseball, I play for big innings. That's what you need because then it's a lot easier because there's going to be a lot of mistakes that are made in high school baseball.
You'll beat me 3-2 a couple times. I'll beat you 13-2 a lot more.
Yeah.
Leading off in the bottom of the second, the first baseman for Ledyard, Cal Cassavant. And Connor Gallagher had a smooth first inning, looks in. Very confident on the mound is Gallagher, and that's inside. Almost hit Cassavant 1-0.
So now I look at Johnny's playing a little shallow out there. There are some big gaps out there right now.
Soft changeup in 1-1 as Cassavant fouls it off. Oh, I think there's definitely, I would be playing challenge defense a lot here. Shallow, not letting things fall in. And very few guys are going to be able to get it over the top of you.
Yep.
Ground ball to the right side. Powers fields cleanly, throws to Smith, and there's the first out in the bottom of the second inning.
You're very right. That's a very big second baseman.
He's a skinnier version of Chris Ward,
Yeah.
who once upon a time
Played for these Saints.
was the Saints. Was the biggest guy on the field as well, similar to Powers. Trent Burke, third baseman, steps into the box. Senior right-hander, hitting 5th today for the Colonels.
One of our only losses in our 1988 state championship baseball team at Waterford, the Saints.
A good team back then,
Yep.
too.
Very good. Brooke Fordyce, Craig McDonald,
Sal Tenorello.
and Chris Ward.
Ground ball over to Preston Smith at first. He fields cleanly, takes it to the bag himself for the second out, and that'll bring up left fielder Ethan Spinner.
Left fielder, number 7.
We saw St. Bernard's earlier this year against St. Paul, who finished the year 18-2. They reminded me of an 80s Waterford team. Their 2 through 6 guys were all like 6'4", 210, and swung it. Gallagher delivers a good fastball for a strike.
Problem was once in a while with our team is we had all the short Italian guys, and we threw in a Pedeswa there, but Simone
But you go back a few years before that when you had Tanucci and Elsie, and there was a bunch of big guys who could really hit. Gallagher just on the outside corner, gets the count to 1-2. Now Gallagher has a little bit of Conor McGregor in him, a little bit of swag. You'll see him walk off the mound. Ground ball to the shortstop, Holland. He surrounds, throws, and a 1-2-3 inning for Gallagher, and we're through 2, and it's no score.
Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, we're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today. Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Visit us online or call now to book. Nestled in the woods of Lebanon, Connecticut, Roberto's Log Cabin is the cozy, rustic home of comfort food. Family owned and operated, the Cabin, as it is fondly known, offers a diverse menu of hearty fare from burgers to the best ribs in the state. Come check out the Hallway of History in the newly renovated tavern, sample the diverse menu, craft beers, great cocktails, all while watching your favorite sports on one of their 10 TVs. Stop in and see Rob. Tell him Game Day sent you. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to
Joe Muscarella.
See the future. It's the Unicorns opening up this weekend. Come out tomorrow, and you can see the Unicorns here. They'll give some fireworks after the game, as well as a magnet giveaway. Nena looks in at the catcher Muscarella and delivers. I want to give a shout out to the coaching staff at Oxford High School right now who are scouting the Saints, who they will see on Monday. Nena delivers down. It is 2-0.
That would be my nephews and my other nephew, pseudo-nephew, well, if you want to say that.
2-0 from Nena to Muscarella. Strike at the knees, 2-1. I said earlier, if I were a kid in Oxford, I hope a D1 pitcher and a pro gets your attention. I mean, what a nice, couple guys coaching for me. Good fastball by Nena on the outside part of the plate, 2-2 on Muscarella.
But it'd be kind of neat, so for my nephew to play St. Bernard's, so on Monday.
Fastball right by Muscarella for strike 3. Start the third.
So hopefully my boss will give me a little time to actually get up to the game,
Well, I'll be there on Monday at the little school on the hill. Preston Smith, the first baseman. Nena, again, outside corner. He lives out there. So far he's doing exactly what he does. Yep. This is who Jake Nena is.
Fills the strike zone. A lot of swings.
Pops
soft
up
contact
on the infield, and Cassavant takes that one for quickly 2 outs. And I'll bring up the left fielder, Nick DeMarco, here with 2 outs in the third. Always windy up there at St. Bernard, so we'll expect that on Monday. Weather right now says maybe some rain, some showers on Monday, so take that into account. And Oxford will be making that long trip down to Uncasville, and that'll be a good one. And if you can ask your boss if he can give you a raise, too. Swing and a miss, strike 1.
Grandma Lucy was very concerned that she wouldn't be able to make it, but I did tell her that she could get up the hill and drive up there, get her if she wanted to go see her grandson.
0-2 with a fastball by her. Please remind her that there are no bleachers and she needs to bring her own chair.
Yeah.
But we know some people at St. Bernard's. We can probably get her taken care of.
Out. So. I think I know the athletic director.
A little bit. 0-2 pitch coming to the 9-hitter DeMarco. 1-2-3. Nena. 9 up, 9 down. And we are heading to the bottom of the third. No score. The Colonels will send up their 7-8-9, Worcester, Tweed, and Dunsmore. But so far, Mike, what's your impressions of Jake Nena?
Exactly what you said. So my first impression is fills up the strike zone, soft contact, and when he makes good pitches, he is so pinpoint and so accurate that they don't get good swings, and he's actually punching out a couple guys here. He's punched out the last 2 guys he's faced. So, no, just a little bulldog, you know, both kids.
That's actually a real, little bulldog's a real good description for him. No fear. And again, talking with his father, you know, the kid understands he's stepped into a great situation in that, as good as he is, because of the stuff on a lot of teams, he wouldn't be a starting guy. But Ledyard, last year as a freshman, he stepped in, gave them big innings. Matter of fact, pitched game 1 of the state tournament against Waterford. Now this year, as a sophomore, same thing, battles and goes after it. So I love what you get from him, because the one thing we see too much is inefficiency by pitchers. You know, reaching their 100 pitch count in the 4th and 5th inning. He's cruising through games at 80, 85 pitches. And I love, Crash Davis would have said that his style of pitching is more democratic.
Throw some ground balls. Strikeouts are fascist.
Leading off the Ledyard, the designated hitter, number 20, junior Ashton Booster.
You know what, though? He's not pitching like a sophomore. If you had told me that he was a senior and didn't tell me he was a sophomore, I would have been like, okay, yeah, I got you. But sounds like he was thrown into the fire as a freshman. I loved doing that. If I had a freshman who could play for me, which was, you know, not rare, but it happened. Guess what? That sophomore year comes around. He's been in every situation already as a freshman. He's playing as a sophomore, almost like a senior. And I think Jake is doing that as a pitcher. You know, he's already been, like you said, he pitched his first game in the state tournament. There's not much bigger than that compared to this. So
That's right.
This stage is not intimidating him right now.
That's correct. Designated hitter Ashton Woosner with a 2-1 count facing Connor Gallagher. Popped up into the outfield. Lazaro calls it and puts it away for the first out in the bottom of the 3rd, and the second baseman, Peter Tweed,
Second baseman
will step in.
Sophomore.
This could be one of those games, Case, where you blink your eyes and it's the 6th inning.
Yeah.
1-2 hits.
If you look at Ledyard, 5 losses on the season. They lost to Waterford, a bigger school, 5-3. They lost to St. Bernard's, 2-1. They lost to Stonington, 2-1. Gallagher delivers strike on the inside part of the plate. Their only 2 losses that weren't 1-run losses were 14-1 to East Lyme and 5-0 to Hamden, 2 much bigger schools. So Ledyard has been competitive all year long. You look at St. Bernard's, they lost 5-4. They lost 5-4, 4-3, 4-3, 7-6. They play a lot of close games as well. So it is not surprising that this game should cruise along like this. Gallagher puts away Tweed on 3 pitches for the second out of the 3rd. And I mentioned, you know, he's got a little Conor McGregor in him. He likes to strut. He likes to, you know, kind of get himself motivated through pumping himself up. So you're going to see a lot of sort of confident swag on the mound from Connor Gallagher. Great kid, but that's how he gets himself into that zone.
And it works for him, which it might not work for other kids, you know, like depending on their makeup and the way they are, depends on how you coach them sometimes. I knew what kids I could grab and maybe give a little yelling to, and I knew what kids I had to maybe pat in the backside just to kind of keep them in the game. There's certain kids that thrive off stuff like that.
Gallagher has a 1-1 count on the 9-hitter Sam Dunsmore, the right fielder. Slaps it the other way. Foul, 1-2. George Rivera says, I don't move that fast anymore. There's a reason. I can't pick it. I can't pick it like that.
Did he move that fast back then?
Never. He actually never moved that fast.
That's what I thought.
Foul tip at the plate, remains 1-2. No, he was a designated hitter for a reason. He played first base, but he was a DH for a reason. Him and Anthony Santangelo shared first base and designated hitter, and together they would have done a relay to first base. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the right fielder, Sam Dunsmore. Connor Gallagher looking for a 1-2-3 third. Delivers a fastball down, 2-2.
Got a little bit of little bit of rain coming in. A couple sprinkles. But back on George, I know we just kind of busted on him a little bit, but one of the nicest human beings you're ever going to meet in your life.
Ground ball to Smith. He'll take it himself. Blink and you're going to miss it because we're through 3, no score. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, we're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today. Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Visit us online or call now to book. Nestled in the woods of Lebanon, Connecticut, Roberto's Log Cabin is the cozy, rustic home of comfort food. Family owned and operated, the Cabin, as it is fondly known, offers a diverse menu of hearty fare from burgers to the best ribs in the state. Come check out the hallway of history in the newly renovated tavern, sample the diverse menu, craft beers, great cocktails, all while watching your favorite sports on one of their 10 TVs. Stop in and see Rob. Tell him Game Day sent you. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more.
Top of the 4th inning here at Dodd Stadium. No score, and we're back to the top of the Saints lineup. Noah Holland, he grounded back to Nena in his first at-bat. And he takes ball 1 outside, leading off the 4th. He'll be followed by Lazaro and Powers, Brian Lowe, if anybody can get on base.
If you're either side coach here, I know these kids are around the plate, but do you tell them, hey, let's try to take him a little deeper in counts and see what we can, get his pitch count up? Or is at this point we're just like, you know what, forget it, let's just go at him because they're not going to throw a lot of pitches anyway?
I think at this point you got to let it fly because you're not going to drive. You're going to get a lot of 0-2 counts if you do it that way, and you're going to drive. They're not going to drive it up enough to get him out of the game.
Right.
Although 3-1 for the first time on a hitter. This is the first time we've seen Nena outside of the zone. And here in the top of the 4th, how the Saints would love to get Holland on in front of the big guys. Line drive, base hit to left field. Second Saints hit of the game as Holland reaches in front of Lazaro. Now, this is a place where you could see a bunt. Not so much a sacrifice, but a sacrifice in quotes with his speed designed to get things moving. Or you could see Holland run here as well.
And George,
there goes Holland. Lazaro grounds it. Leaf was covering. No way they're going to get Lazaro. And first and second, nobody out in the 4th for the Saints on back-to-back singles.
That was a great job right there by Johnny. Again, don't know if the hit and run was on, but that could be a run and hit situation where, hey, Johnny, guess what? If you get a good pitch and he's going, either let him go, or if you get a good pitch, put it in play. And Johnny did a great job putting it right where the shortstop was.
And no chance for Leaf to get the speedy Lazaro. Now, the big guy, Powers, he lined out to deep right in his first at-bat. First and second, nobody out. And Nena in his first little bit of trouble here in the ballgame.
Also, you notice that they were kind of in a bunt defense, so the shortstop was actually covering the bag, which put him in a bad position, where ultimately he's not taking the bag in that situation because it's a right-handed batter.
Yeah, what's important for young players to understand is you don't commit to that till you see him square. Right. There was no indication from Lazaro that he was bunting, so you don't vacate your position.
Right.
If you hadn't, it would have been probably an out at first base.
Right.
The 1-0 to Powers. Nena delivers. High in the air down the left field line, and that's going to fall foul. Burke gave it a run.
That is the perfect pop-up and pop-up priorities that I would try to get about 4 or 5 times during practice. That would that Bermuda, we call it the Bermuda Triangle, right there, with the third base and shortstop, left fielder coming in. That was the target all the time as the coach. Put it right there.
Rain starting to fall, not enough to disrupt the game, but enough to make the fans head to the concourse and get a little shelter. 1-1 to Powers. Fastball inside, 2-1.
He did say we were going to get a little bit of showers today. They were spot on.
2-1 to Powers. Runners lead off of first and second. Holland at second, Lazaro at first. Fastball's down. It's 3-1. Great hitting count for Powers.
Box something right here, young man.
Nena delivers. Hard ground ball to the second baseman. Over to Leaf. Back to first.
Great.
Double play. And a big one turned by the Colonels. 4-6-3. Holland will head over to third. But now 2 outs in the inning. And Brian Lowe, who singled in his first at bat, will come up with a runner in scoring position, but a big inning seemingly averted here by that double play.
It was a great job by the second baseman. Make sure you get the first one. You got to get the first one before you get the second, right? Didn't rush it, didn't do anything crazy, didn't try to overdo anything. Got a great feed to the shortstop. Shortstop finished it.
Nena needs to be careful with Lowe, but he painted the corner with a fastball for strike one. They're going to stay away from him. Just outside, see if he can get him to expand the strike zone. But you are right, Mike. You got to give credit to second baseman Peter Tweed, the sophomore. Did everything you're supposed to do. Gave Leaf a perfect feed to turn that one over. 1-1. Breaking ball gets Low. Chasing. It's 1-2. And oh, the momentum that Ledyard will get and the emotion that Ledyard will get if they can get out of this inning unscathed. Breaking ball softly hit wide of third. Foul ball.
Only thing I didn't like there was the catcher was still right in the middle part of the plate. That should be blacking out. He needs to get all of his body outside. You don't want anything near the plate right here. They're not giving this kid anything to hit.
I would be throwing a fastball up and away, out of the zone. Nothing that he can hit here on 1-2. The pitch, exactly that,
right.
And he didn't chase, to Lowe's credit, and that's exactly the spot I would have wanted Nena to throw it, but it's 2-2.
Guess what? You're still in control right here. You're still in control.
Breaking ball hit well into the outfield, but there's Luther in center field making the play. And what a job of pitching out of trouble by Jake Nena. And he holds the Saints in check in the fourth. Despite 2 base hits, we go to the bottom of the fourth inning. It remains no score. Top of the order coming up for Ledyard. And the momentum we talked about now switching over to the Colonels.
So now if you're Ledyard and you're Coach Rivera here, you really pump your guys up and say, this is it right here. This is the inning, and we score some runs and put them down. The momentum has now just switched back to your dugout. This is where you go out and you score a couple runs and you really get it. This is where you can win the game right here. Bottom of the fourth.
And, now we're at the point where a run feels big. It feels more than even what it should, because you look at right now, Ledyard doesn't have a hit yet. The Saints have 3 and just squandered their opportunity. So they're thinking, was that our chance at a run? You get to the 5th, 6th, still no score. That one run can feel almost overwhelming. And so this will be interesting here. If Ledyard can get a couple of guys on similar to the Saints, I think you're going to see more bunting and small ball with the middle of the lineup.
And George and Ledyard has top of the order coming up, so yeah, definitely. Now is your opportunity to try to, just like you said, get a run, because now that one run feels like 3, 4 in this situation, the way this game is and the way this game is kind of going.
Bottom of the fourth. No hits so far for the Colonels. 1 trip through the lineup, as Connor Gallagher has been spectacular pitching to contact. 3 strikeouts, no base runners. Leaf, who grounded out to the shortstop Holland, leading off the bottom of the first, steps in here in the bottom of the fourth.
Now if I'm Coach Rivera and I got my leadoff guy up, look what I'm doing at him right now. I am staring at him and looking at the third baseman where he's playing. Because if he puts one down on the grass somewhere towards third base, it's a base hit all day.
Change up high, 1-1.
Don't know if the young man can bunt, but everybody should know how to do it.
And Brian Lowe, the third baseman, very strong arm, but definitely would have a hard time coming in on that ball. 1-1 pitch from Gallagher. Line drive into the base hit in the left field. So there we go. Momentum swinging back to Ledyard. A leadoff hit from Leaf. And that'll bring up the speedy Carson Luther. And I think you can, in similar to Lazaro's spot, you could look for Leaf to run here. You could look for Luther to put one down and use his legs as a mechanism to, like Lazaro did. Everything is on the table here for Ledyard.
I think you take a shot at running right here first.
Big Leaf lead. And Gallagher recognizes and throws it over.
That's a tough one to say. Big Leaf lead.
Big lead by Leaf. A Leaf lead. Gallagher eyes Leaf and delivers. Luther squares, pulls it back. The pitch was outside for ball one.
So right there, third baseman crashes, shortstop's leaving his position. So now it could be an opportunity where George sees that, and you know what? You do the old slash. You can do a lot of stuff.
And there goes the steal, which he truncated, and the pullback for ball two on the bunt attempt.
Guess what? They're giving you an out right here, right? What do you tell your pitcher? Throw a strike right here. They're give us an out. Let's take it. We've got the bunt coverage right now. You know, if we do it right, we're okay. We're getting an out.
And again, giving up a runner going to second on a sacrifice bunt is not the end of the world. They still got to get a hit to score.
Right.
Walking this guy would be.
Right.
Ball three. 3-0 on Luther. Now, this is where I'm going take, and if it gets to 3-1, I'm sending Leaf on the 3-1 pitch.
Because now you've got a good Luther can handle the bat, probably put the ball in play. Same thing like Johnny Lazaro did last inning.
But nowhere near the plate. Gallagher walks Luther, and the mirror imagery of the top of the inning. Runners on first and second, nobody out. And the three-hitter catcher, Jeff Dewar, coming to the plate. He struck out to end the first. And I would not be surprised, even with him as your three-hitter, to see Ledyard put something in motion here.
You've seen George more than I have.
First thing I noticed is that St. Bernard's is holding on the backside runner, which I don't understand at all.
Because they're picking.
Play at second, they go backside of Leaf, no good. Just missed.
Yeah, you're giving up a big hole in the shortstop hole right here if he's holding.
Well, I'm just curious, what's he holding him on for?
Right.
Where's he going?
Yeah.
Can't go anywhere, there's a runner in front of him. Backside again. That one goes into center field. Leaf's gonna head to third, and an even better play following it up behind him. Luther gets to second. Second and third, nobody out on the error by the pitcher, Gallagher. Now you're gonna see him bring the infield in. You see George Rivera talking with his young catcher, Jeff Dewar. He's up with runners on second and third, no out in a game that has been crying out for a run.
Right. Just the momentum switch. That right there, too many picks at second base. That's just panicking. You know what I mean? Now, if you want to give your pitcher a little time to kind of recollect himself, then go take a mound visit and calm him down. You have him. So go talk to him. Just kind of that. I think a couple pitches too late or a couple pickoffs too late right there.
1-0, second and third, nobody out, infield in, and it feels like it was just a minute ago that St. Bernard looked like they were in position to break things open on their end, and now here we go. And Ledyard, and this has been Ledyard all year long, they're like the horsefly. You're walking on your street and the horsefly follows you for a quarter of a mile and it's nipping at you the whole way. It just is relentless.
Just will not go. No matter what you do, you swat at it, you punch it, you do it, it still keeps coming back.
You walk, you put a hat, it doesn't matter. That's
matter.
Ledyard. They never go away. They are just so competitive. The Saints have been a very resilient team. This is not a moment too big for them, but this is one of those things where the styles St. Bernard's, the knock on them has been that they give too many outs.
Yeah.
There's the plays they leave out there, whereas Ledyard's been, their knock on Ledyard has been they haven't hit in big moments. So here's exactly that.
Yeah.
Can St. Bernard's make the play?
Right.
Can Ledyard get the hit
big
in the big spot?
So both the things that have been their Achilles heel is right in front of them right now.
That is correct. Gallagher delivers. Good pitch for a strike, evening the count on Dewar.
If you're St. Bernard's here, really just minimize. This is the biggest, this is where things can get out of control, right? This is the biggest thing with high school baseball, that what happens? A huge inning. Instead of maybe making a play and doing something you need to do and giving up a run or maybe two, don't give up 4 or 5.
1-2 pitch to Dewar. Fouled, remains 1-2. Gallagher has come back with 3 straight strikes, but to your point, Mike, giving up a run here is not the end of the world.
Right.
It feels like it, like we talked about,
Right.
but it's not.
No.
It's a run. You can't give up the big inning. The 1-2 pitch to Dewar, just off the plate, 2-2.
But very good pitch. That was a pitcher's pitch right there. If the young man went after it, he wasn't doing anything with it.
Infield in, 2-2 from Gallagher. Fastball, high, ball 3. Now you do have an open base, and your cleanup hitter, Cal Cassavant, on deck. So I would say here, Gallagher shouldn't give in. This has still got to be a pitch. You can't just go center cut and serve it up. Let's see what he dials up here with the full count. High fastball, strikes out Dewar for the first out of the 4th. And that'll bring up the first baseman for the Colonels, Cal Cassavant.
Now you have an open base. Now you're smart in this situation. Make him hit your pitch. This is something that needs to be told to this young man.
Sun back out. Who's it going to shine on? Change up inside, ball 1.
Actually that was a nice pitch. I think the umpire got fooled because I think the catcher had set up on the outer half and it kind of leaked onto the inner half.
To the lefty too, which is sometimes a tough visual. Inside again with the fastball, this time 2-0.
See, the one thing I would do here, I don't trust a young man to make pitches here. If you're going to pitch around him, put him on. Thank you, Mike. I saw that.
2-0 to Cal Cassavant. Ground ball fouled just down the right field line, 2-1.
I made that mistake once. I let a young man, I told him, hey, blacken out everything, make good pitches. You know what? He threw a slider right down the middle part of the plate and hit a 2-run home run.
Kid, we don't do that. 2-1 to Cassavant. Fouled off 2-2, and I'll tell you,
made a mistake.
If Gallagher can find a way to get Cassavant here, I mean, talk about the momentum swinging, going back and forth. It'd be a huge pitch. Bases, 2nd and 3rd, infield in, 2-2 pitch to Cassavant.
Nice pitch.
Inside corner, freezes him for strike
nice
3.
pitch.
And Gallagher is hyped.
That was a great pitch.
Number 13, Trent Burke.
Big pitch for that young man in a big situation.
And look at him on the mound already.
Yeah.
He is like, he can't wait to throw the next one. He'll have to get senior 3rd baseman, Trent Burke. Who's going to break through with a run? No one has found the recipe yet. Burke grounded to first in his first at bat, and they're going to put him on intentionally.
Now, I don't know if I love this. And the reason is, again, young man out there now has to throw strikes. When you have an open base, I understand that. But if you make a mistake and you don't make pitches, okay, you walk a guy or you don't give it. But you're now putting this guy on and now forcing your pitcher to not walk this kid.
So you can't have it both ways.
Right.
Because they put the senior on and the number 5 hitter, the last big bat, in favor of facing the sophomore in the 6-hole lesser bat. So if you determine, which St. Bernard did, that Burke's the last guy I got to worry about, I'm not asking my kid I'm saying go down at first, and I'm trusting my kid to throw strikes. He has not walked a batter. I'm not going to assume he's going to hit. Gallagher delivers to Spinner. Strike on the outside corner, 0-1.
That's why we're sitting up here. We get to watch and.
That's right. I'm up here just because I'm too old to be moving around down there. Ball gets through the legs of the catcher, Muscarella, but it was not recognized quickly enough by Leaf. That was one of those ones that hid.
That's a tough read because he doesn't see it. The catcher was blocking it, couldn't see how far away from the catcher it was. Now, if he's on his right foot and he reads it right away, yeah, he makes it no problem.
This is like the decoy by the middle infielders, though. By all accounts, if you're just watching the catcher, it looks like he blocked the ball.
Yep.
1-1 to Ethan Spinner. Gallagher delivers. Soft ground ball to Powers at second. Tags the bag, and the Saints hold off the Colonels. We're through 4. No one wants to score a run. You're watching Game Day Live on theday.com.
Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, we're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today. Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Visit us online or call now to book. Nestled in the woods of Lebanon, Connecticut, Roberto's Log Cabin is the cozy, rustic home of comfort food. Family owned and operated, the Cabin, as it is fondly known, offers a diverse menu of hearty fare from burgers to the best ribs in the state. Come check out the Hallway of History in the newly renovated tavern, sample the diverse menu, craft beers, great cocktails, all while watching your favorite sports on one of their 10 TVs. Stop in and see Rob. Tell him Game Day sent you. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Science Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit sciencefcu.org to learn more.
Top of the 5th, no score. The 4th was exciting, but ultimately no runs got scored. Both teams wasting huge opportunities. Jake Nenna delivers to Ryan Garvey, and he takes a strike on the outside corner for the first of the at-bat. Garvey popped up to the third baseman Burke in his first at-bat. Saints trying to get something going here in the 5th. Strike 2 from Nenna. The Saints had runners on first and second, nobody out. They couldn't score. The Colonels had runners on first and second, nobody out, and the bases loaded, and they couldn't score. Garvey, 1-2-3. Nenna punches him out to lead off the 5th. Out come the pitcher, Connor Gallagher. He lined into a double play back to Nenna in his first at bat. Pitcher to pitcher, strike on the inside corner, 0-1.
I'm going to bring back something we talked about, I think it was maybe last year. This is a 135-pound heavyweight, bantamweight boxing match where they just keep throwing punches, but no one has the power to knock anybody out.
Gallagher hits a one-hopper to the second baseman, Tweed. Easy play there. And 2 very quick outs as the catcher, Muscarella, comes into play. Yeah, this is like watching 2 declawed cats fight each other.
Someone needs to break through right here, right?
Muscarella high in the air to left field, towering, and making the play.
Talk about this.
Ethan Spinner, quick inning for Nenna. I said he's efficient. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. It's the 7, 8, 9. Worcester, Tweed, and Dunsmore for the Colonels. We knew runs were going to be at a premium. Base runners are at a premium. And Nenna, to his credit, one of the things I've talked about is when you get the runs coming out and throwing strikes, when you get the momentum play that ends the inning. So, you got to go out. What Nenna did right there is go right out his offense, feeling let down by not scoring, he goes right out and says, we're going to get you right back into the dugout.
4 or 5 pitch inning, right back in the dugout. Gives them the opportunity to come back and throw another punch.
Now, similarly, this is Gallagher's going to have to match that now, right? Because his offense didn't do anything there, so now he has a chance to go right back out and get them right back into the dugout. So this is those chess matches, and it's the little things that can change games quickly. So we talk about momentum. It's the little things where, right, you walk the leadoff hitter, suddenly everything tightens up a little bit, or a guy makes an error and everybody starts getting tense. Like, this is where, in the bottom of the 5th, every single base runner becomes a different situation and the stressors become higher.
It becomes even bigger than it did earlier in the game. Again, like to see how Ledyard is going to react right here after that. I'd be pumped. Like you said, Jake comes out after that tough inning, shuts it down. They go back. They almost stumble. St. B's gets out of it. Back and forth. We go back and forth, back and forth. And then Jake goes out and throws a 5-pitch inning, right? So now you got to see how Ledyard's going to react.
They're going to send up Ashton Wuchner, the designated hitter, Peter Tweed, the second baseman, and Sam Dunsmore, the right fielder. Wooster flew out to center field in his first at-bat, and if he can get on base, I think, again, you'll see Ledyard trying to get some things happening with small ball, but you got to get some runners on base. I felt like Ledyard was a little passive once they had the runners on base last inning, and then Gallagher just did a fabulous job of making big pitches when they counted.
You know what, right here? Nice little ball in the gap. Get things going, right?
Well, there's certainly plenty of room out there here at Dodd Stadium.
Run forever out here.
You see huge gaps in both sides. Swing and a miss on a essentially unhittable pitch from Gallagher.
That was a great pitch. And again, a pitch that, as an offensive guy, as a hitter, you don't want to be looking at early in the count. It was nothing anywhere near where I would be zoning into, especially a leadoff guy.
You used the right word, Mike, zoning into. Too many hitters think of zoning it up with 2-0, 3-1. 0-0 is a zoned count. Yeah. You're only looking for the one pitch to hit where you can. Inside, almost hit him, 2-1.
Biggest thing is, as a hitter, you got to know your strengths and weaknesses. You got to know what kind of hitter you are. You got to know where you like the ball. Guess what? I can lock into that zone that I like, no matter what it is, fastball, changeup, breaking ball, and still handle it.
Popped up on the infield. Powers calls for it, and he puts it away. First out here in the bottom of the 5th.
I don't know if you felt this way, but I never felt like a pitcher got me out. I always felt like I got myself out. Once in a while I had those guys. Ron Vallone threw 101.
I was about to say, I watched your at-bat against Vallone, Mike. He got you out.
Yeah, he threw it right by me.
101. He threw a 98-mile slider at your ankles. Yeah. That was the pitch that he had no chance against.
But most of the time, the hitters are going to get themselves out by swinging. Just because it's a fastball doesn't mean you have to hack at it.
Mike, Iowa wasn't the hitter you were. They could have put it on a tee, and I would have found a way to get myself out at certain times. But what I do recognize is that not everybody's zone is the same. As Tweed hits it well to right field, Garvey there in his tracks for the second out. And what I mean by that is, I'm perfectly okay if you get up looking for the first pitch middle out. If you're saying, I am going to dive away, keep my shoulder closed, and line one the other way, if that, some guys do that for mechanics of hitting to keep themselves on the ball longer and things like that. Not everything has to be middle in. Right. You could be looking for a certain pitch at a certain count. Dunsmore, the right fielder, steps in. The 9-hitter, soft ground ball to the right side. Gallagher fields, heads over himself, beats the speedy Dunsmore to the bag. We're through 5, and you know what? We might be playing a while. No score. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
The Water Street Waffle Company is now open at 133 Bank Street in New London, Connecticut. This woman-owned business, Water Street Waffle Company, brings together Southern-inspired comfort food and classic Belgian waffle traditions, all served with genuine hospitality. Everything is made fresh from scratch daily. Great food, great atmosphere. Visit WaterStreetWaffleCompanyNL.com to see more. This season on Game Day, all big hits are sponsored by the Norwich Sea Unicorns. You can catch all the hard-hitting action all summer long at Dodd Stadium. Don't forget to check out the Sea Unicorns home opener, Saturday, May 30th at 6:30 p.m. There is a magnet schedule giveaway and post-game fireworks. For more information on promotion and tickets, please visit the Sea Unicorns website at goseaunicorns.com and check out Game Day CT for the Sea Unicorns big hitter of the game.
Top of the sixth inning here at Dodd Stadium, the ECC Division II baseball championship game. No score between the number 1 and 2 seed Ledyard Colonels, St. Bernard Saints. Great pitching duel between Ledyard's Jake Nenna and St. Bernard's Connor Gallagher. Here in the sixth, it'll be 8-9-1. Preston Smith, Nick DeMarco, and then back to the order to Noah Holland. Smith fouls it off, 0-1.
We gave Jake Nenna some good props for the inning before, going through 1, 2, 3 and like 4 or 5 pitch, but Gallagher did the same thing for the Saints.
That's correct. Nenna delivers, and Smith in the air to center field, but right there is Carson Luther for the first out of the sixth, and that'll bring up left fielder Nick DeMarco, who was a strikeout victim in his first at bat. And here's where it's really important for Nenna. If he can get through 1, 2, 3 here, it brings up that middle of the order, Lazaro, Powers, Lowe, with nobody on base in the seventh inning,
right,
as opposed to, like, you don't want to get into that now with runners on base. Ground ball, Leaf playing in shallow fields and gets DeMarco. 2 quick outs again, and I'm going to go in between innings here and find out what Nenna's pitch count is, because he has had more 5 and 6 pitch innings than anybody I've seen. Top of the order, Noah Holland. He singled in the fourth and was stranded as Nenna pitched out of trouble in the only real trouble he was in thus far today.
I'm going to say low 60s, 62, 63, maybe. That's my guess. Mike, you got a guess? 63.
Fastball high, 2-0 on Holland.
I say that, and he's going to go full, and the kid's going to fight off a couple pitches, and it's going to be in the 70s after.
Jack, that's right up. 3-0 on Holland. 2 quick outs, the leadoff hitter. You got Lazaro on deck, and then Powers looming.
I never had a full head of hair, never claimed to, but it was always kind of dark. But that's the stuff that gave me the gray hair. You get 2 quick outs, and what do? You walk the next guy in 4 pitches.
On 4 pitches, then that brings up Lazaro. He was a hit-and-run single in the fourth, and he was also on base when Powers hit into the double play.
Now, I could see same situation, Case, and Johnny maybe putting a ball in a gap and scoring a run right here because there's 2 outs and the runner's moving, right?
Yes, Nenna delivers just outside 1-0. And by the way, that was the first walk of the ball game, not intentional.
On both sides. On both sides?
Total. Other than the intentional walk, no one has been walked. Lazaro pops it up. That one is heading out of play into the bleachers, 1-1.
So here's my theory. I would be having this kid going, because guess what? If he's out, now you got Johnny Lazaro leading off the inning.
Yep.
I would have done something early in this count to get momentum, get guy moving, because again, if he's moving, Johnny pops one in the gap, that scores a run, or guess what? He gets thrown out. Johnny Lazaro's leading off next inning.
I think he's going soon too. Outside, 2-1. If he doesn't go here, I'll be absolutely shocked.
You got to put the pressure on him right here. Again, it's in your favor. You don't lose anything.
Ground ball, Burke fields, long throw across the diamond.
Nice play.
Picked by Cassavant, holds the bag. Big play by Burke to end the sixth and get the speedy Lazaro.
That, now you got Power, and then exactly what you want in Ledyard. You got Powers leading off next inning with nobody on base.
So I promised our good friend J.R. Schaponi over at CNS Pawn that I would reference the great second baseman that you had the good fortune to play with in your life. And so the debate is, because Joey Finaro was your shortstop, so he doesn't count. So we're going to just go, we're going to bring it back. So you got me and JR.
Yeah. Who's better?
I would never ask you that question. I would never ask you. You know, you get one game. You got to combine our skill sets. What would you do?
Combine your skill sets. I would definitely have you at second base playing and maybe JR hitting for you, if we could do that, right?
You know, can I have his arm? I'd like to take his arm out there. I'll play the position. I get JR's arm. I'll let him hit for me.
Yeah.
I'll take that. We'll make a nice hybrid second base. Bottom of the 6th inning here at Dodd Stadium, and it's the middle of the order here coming up, the top of the order rather, coming up for Ledyard. So this is their 1, 2, 3, Leaf, Luther, and Dewar. Leaf, who singled leading off the 4th when Ledyard had its chance. Now they need to do something here. I don't have a whole lot of confidence that a big inning is in anybody's arsenal. So
now you got to play a little small. Now you got to get a run. We got to figure out a way to score a run. Scratch and claw right here.
And Connor Gallagher has been outstanding for the Saints. Good breaking ball for strike 1 to Leaf.
And he is matching Nena pitch for pitch. This has been a well-pitched game on both sides.
Ground ball into right field, a leadoff hit for Leaf. He is 2 for 3 on the day, and that's going to bring up Luther. And I was incorrect. Luther walked. Gallagher's only walk. And that was Nena's first walk, but that was the only 2 walks on the day. Now, Luther showed bunt previously, and Gallagher couldn't find the strike zone as they had the bunt play on. I got to think we're going to see the same thing here.
Right. There's got to be some kind of movement. Got to take a chance. Did he just...
Center fielder, number 2, Carson Luther.
Did he pinch run?
Nope. Nope. Leaf is out there. He's
all right. I was trying to figure out. I saw some clapping and I saw George talking to the umpire. So
here's Luther. Squares to bunt, showing everybody that's what we're going to do. Taking a look to see what the St. Bernard's defense is going to do. He's got that now. There goes Leaf. Throw to second, not in time. Stolen base for Jack Leaf. Now I'm an advocate for the bunt, and I almost never am. I mean, I am almost never an advocate for a bunt. Here's where I am. With his speed especially, I would say just put it down, and we'll see what happens. Get him over to third with 1 out. He squares, pulls it back again. It's 2-0.
So, as the coach sitting up here watching the defensive movement there, the third baseman charges in this situation. The shortstop does not go to third base. That's not the play.
That is correct.
And the second baseman needs to go to first. The shortstop goes to second. The second baseman now had to run all the way back to get that steal. That is a bad defensive alignment. That's bad rotation right there. There's no play at third base. The shortstop does not need to go anywhere towards third base. Guess what? If that bunt gets down or that guy steals, guess what? The catcher or the pitcher has the right of way to go to that bag and cover.
Luther gets the bunt down. It's a good one. Play it first, not in time, just as we drew it up. Good things happen with the speed. Runners on the corner with nobody out. Now, I am going to go...
He just took second base because no one was paying attention.
Outstanding job by Carson Luther.
And this is what you talked about with the Achilles heel of St. Bernard's, making mistakes.
I was going to say...
Compounding.
I was going to say Luther's going to run. I'm going to let him steal second because they're not going to have a play on. He just effectively helped us out and did it ahead of time.
Right. Now you don't have to call a play.
Now we're in the same boat we were in the 4th. Dewar up, second and third, nobody out. Gallagher was able to get him on strikes. Now the infield is in. Oh, what would a run mean here to the Colonels? Strike on the outside corner. 0-1 on Dewar.
It's definitely a pitcher's zone tonight.
Gallagher delivers. Nice job by Muscarella, sliding and blocking that one. It's 1-1.
This is where Gallagher needs total confidence in Muscarella to be able to throw that pitch and have him block it and have the confidence that he's going to block it.
Ground ball. Holland knocks it down. That saves at least one run, but Leaf comes in with the first run of the game. An RBI single for Dewar.
That is a big play right there, or it could be a big play, because now you've got first and second. You still have opportunities to turn a double play. I don't know if George is going to bunt in this situation with your 4-hitter. Probably not with Casavant. I don't think he will. But that was a huge play right there by the shortstop.
Holland did a great job. That saves a run. Luther would score easily on that play. Now they're going to run for the catcher, Dewar. Nick Fermo in to run for Dewar. Runners on first and second. Now, why are we holding the backside runner on? Especially now they got especially ever, but a left-handed hitter on top of it. Why are we holding the backside runner on? 1-0 pitch to Casavant. Fouled 1-1.
Also, I understand you don't want him to, but you don't. The shortstop is really up the middle, unless Casavant is a dead pull guy and doesn't go oppo. But high school hitters, I don't care what kind of scouting report have on them. They're going to make mistakes, or they're going to be behind, and he's going to shoot one through that big hole. I don't think they're going to steal in this situation.
Fly ball in the center field. Lazaro has it. No advance from the runners, and that's the second out of the inning. First out of the inning. That'll bring up third baseman Trent Burke.
13, Trent Burke.
Now again, you're still holding them on at first.
First and second, 1 out, 1-0. Colonels, the first run of the game, scratched across here in the bottom of the 6th. No matter what happens, Jake Nena's going to have a chance for a complete game shutout going into the 7th. Good fastball by Gallagher, past Burke, 0-1.
Now again, watching that swing and seeing where that ball would have went, would I change my mind and get the first baseman to go play a little bit more in the hole?
Line drive, base hit into center field. They're going to send Luther anyway. Play at the plate. It short hops the catcher, Muscarella, and the run scores. Luther scores the second run for Ledyard on the base hit by Burke. And I'm going to tell you what happened there. Desmond Powers was the cutoff on that play. He threw 110 pitches last night, and he short hopped the ball to home plate. That is a tough ask off 110 pitches to make that relay throw.
Right.
I was shocked they sent Luther. As fast as he is, he was dead out at home.
But you know what? You put the pressure on him.
Make players make plays.
You know what? You had to make 2 good throws, and they made 1. And again, not knowing that Powers is going to take that, but you know what? He still has to, no matter who he is or what he did the day before, he still has to make the throw. There's still the pressure on turning and firing and making the throw and not squeezing it a little bit, which it looked like he did.
So second and third with 1 out, because the runners wisely, great base running by Ledyard all day. They move up on the play. So it's second and third with 1 out. So we're right back in the mix with them. and they'll send up Ethan Spinner. Now, Spinner had the chance after the intentional walk in his last at-bat. This time, all he had to do was put it in play. Now, 2-0 feels huge. 3-0 is it like overwhelming.
Yeah.
And conversely, if Ledyard doesn't get this third run across, they are going to really feel like they left something out there, some meat on the bone.
So, going back to the cutoff, Powers is your second baseman, right? He is not normally the cutoff to the play at the plate, is he? Isn't that your first baseman? First baseman has center field and right field. Your third baseman has left field. So why in that situation is Powers in there? Now, unless they realize that Powers is their best arm, and for some reason they've made that a priority to have him in the middle part of the infield to make that throw, and the first baseman can't. I understand that. But in that situation, I don't understand why he's there taking the cut to begin with.
So the infield's going to have to come back in for the Saints. Gallagher will operate from the windup. Runners on second and third. 2-0 Colonels here in the bottom of the sixth. Showing bunt, showing squeeze. They got the runner at the plate as that was a botched squeeze. The hitter pulled the bunt back as if it were a sacrifice. So
the one thing I will say, I know it didn't work out, but I like the call on George. I would call that chaos theory right there. That's my chaos theory. When things are going on after a play, the other coaches are talking to people, there's frustration, an error or something. They're not expecting that. George made the right call. It's just the young man didn't execute and get the bunt down.
I actually love the squeeze call.
That was great.
Because I was thinking the same thing, and not just because of you and I have talked about the chaos theory, but just because I think getting that third run across is so important. Yeah. The young man just didn't get it executed, and now he has a chance, but he's going to have to do it with a bat. And, of course, high school baseball, ball to the backstop, runner advances.
Now, definitely after this half inning, if I'm the St. Bernard's coach, I bring them in and really try to calm my kids down because you can see things starting to kind of, the wheels are falling off. You know, they're getting frustrated. You really got to calm your kids down.
3-0, dead take there for Spinner, 3-1. Reminder that after the game, we're going to sign off pretty quickly, head down to the field for the Roberto's Log Cabin Player of the Game Day. 3-1 pitch to Spinner, takes strike two, as well as the Sea Unicorns' big hitter of the game and the coach's interview in between games. We'll sign off pretty quickly. And, of course, the Division I game coming up after East Lyme NFA right after this one. 3-2 pitch to Spinner, fouled straight back into the net. So remains 3-2.
I love how we both went ready. We were both had hands up, ready to go. One, we were ready. You don't lose the instinct. Some guys will move. You see some of the announcers, they move. No, we just stood there, put our hands up, and ready for it to come to us.
Gallagher misses, and
they just took second
St.
base.
Bernard's let him go all the way to second. By the way, that is a New London High School specialty right there. That is a George Rivera, Gil Vargas play. Rest in peace, Coach Vargas, but your guy, George Rivera, just ran your play. We called that whaler, and that meant you just keep going. You keep running all the way to second.
We remember that.
Down the line, foul off the bat of Worcester. Now, I don't think they can call it whaler, but I'll be interested to see if they call it Colonel.
You might have to ask George that after the game.
Oh, 100%. Gallagher delivers. Good pitch, strike two. 0-2 on the designated hitter, Ashton Worcester. Gallagher trying to minimize, give the Saints a chance in the seventh. Ground ball to the right side. First baseman ranges way over. Gallagher covers, and a nice play by Gallagher at first and the first baseman Smith to end the inning, but we go to the top of the seventh, and it's 3-4-5. Powers, Lowe, and Garvey for the Saints. Nena looking for the shutout. We'll be right back. You're watching Game Day Live on theday.com.
This season on Game Day, All big hits are sponsored by the Norwich Sea Unicorns. You can catch all the hard-hitting action all summer long at Dodd Stadium. Don't forget to check out the Sea Unicorns home opener, Saturday, May 30th at 6:30 p.m. There is a magnet schedule giveaway and post-game fireworks. For more information on promotion and tickets, please visit the Sea Unicorns website at goseaunicorns.com and check out Game Day CT for the Sea Unicorns big hitter of the game. Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, we're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today. Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Visit us online or call now to book.
All right, Desmond Powers leads off here in the top of the 7th. Jake Nenna looking for the shutout for the Colonels. Powers into left field. One pitch, one out. Nice play from the left fielder Spinner. Brian Lowe will step in. The Saints are chasing 2, and Nenna has been lights out. He has been in control the entire game, pitched out of the only trouble he had.
Do we have a pitch count on this young man? You have to get it after the game, huh?
I will. But he's got 2 outs left to get, and Lowe being one of them. Good pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1.
And again, he's only a sophomore. He'll get bigger and stronger, but like you said, not going to light up the radar gun.
Ground ball to the shortstop. Leaf up with it. Across the diamond to Cassavant. 2 outs.
But just a bulldog, fills up the zone, weak contact, has done a great job. Gets the ball, gets on the rubber, and is ready to pitch. Doesn't take too much time. That's what you love as a coach. Get on the rubber, get ready to go. Keep your team in the game. And
it's up to Ryan Garvey, the right fielder, if the Saints are going to extend this game. Again, we're going to sign off quickly after the game, and then we'll be on the field for your interviews post-game. Colonels looking to win the D2 title. Ball down on Garvey.
Now, if you're the Saints here, this kid's got to do what he can do to get on base. Somehow, some way. Be gritty, take a pitch, do a Rudy Stein. How many people know the Rudy Stein? A lot of people on this. Yes. Get on base, get hit, do something. You got to do something to get on base.
Out of play, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jake Nenna looking to end it for the Colonels. The pitch,
nice.
Fastball down, 2-2.
Good spot. That was a good pitch. Really good pitch. He has made some really good pitches tonight.
The 2-2 pitch from Nenna. Ground ball to the second baseman. Tweed picks it up, throws to Cassavant. The Ledyard Colonels are your D2 champions on a 3-hit shutout by sophomore Jake Nenna. Coach of the Year George Rivera and the Ledyard Colonels have done it. What a game. You're going to want to jump to Game Day CT for the post-game interviews, and you're going to want to come back shortly as we will have your D1 game between East Lyme and NFA. But in this one, the Colonels are your champions. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
The following is a presentation of The Day.
Live from Dodd Stadium in Norwich, Connecticut, it is the ECC Division I baseball final. The number 1 seeded East Lyme Vikings and the number 3 NFA Wildcats, who will join Ledyard as champions of the ECC. We'll find out with all the action live on Game Day. Game Day is brought to you in part by Susie Power Washing. There's all the contact information. If your home, your deck, your fence, your walkway, hey, maybe even your kids, if they need a good power washing, Susie Power Washing is the place to call. I'm joined by Mike, Susie, and Mike, here's a treat for us. Yukon-bound Aiden Cochran on the mound tonight for East Lyme. Unusual for us to get a chance to see someone of his caliber in the championship game, but he is actually pitching as their number 3 right now. Rotationally, just the way it falls. He has had his ups and downs, but he's electric. He's on the eyes of a bunch of scouts, and he will be attending Huskyville in the fall.
See how he progresses at the Yukon. Good for Coach Penders and Coach Podeswa and Coach Mack to get a nice ECC kid up there. Hopefully help out right away.
Here's the lineup he'll face. Shortstop Carter Stringer, third baseman Nico Cosentino, center fielder Ryan Cleary, first baseman Michael Watts, catcher Jacob Castanera, right fielder Brendan Doyle, left fielder Nate Quinnell, second baseman Cam Hatch, and pitcher Will Walsh. The upstart Wildcats have been good all year long, 15-5 in the regular season, 17-5 as they come in here. Cochran will pitch to Cooper Saragusa, the sophomore. And pitch 1 is a fastball for strike 1.
Right at the knees, good spot early. I was noticing, Case, a lot of his stuff is hard.
Hard ground ball over to third. Biggs across the diamond to 70, and there's your first out as Stringer hit it hard, but right to the third baseman, Garrison Biggs. That'll bring up the third baseman, Nico Cosentino. So, take a moment to give you the defense for East Lyme. We mentioned Saragusa catching, first base 70. The second baseman is Will McKiernan, the shortstop Grayson Biggs, and the third baseman Garrison Biggs. Cochran winds, delivers, check swing, yes he went, strike 1, says home umpire Ed Nenna. Out in the left field is Zach Diotto, the center fielder is Nick Camby, and Harrison Papuga over in right. 0-1 pitch coming to Cosentino. Hard breaking ball, strike 2.
So as a hitter here, he throws everything hard, so at least you've got that to really key on. Where if you had a kid who throws a little softer breaking ball, it'd be a little harder when he throws that hard. But he throws everything kind of hard, so you lock in on hard stuff. Where
he has struggled in the past has been his fastball command. If he establishes that, he becomes very difficult. 1-2 is a fastball fouled out of play. Take a moment here to talk about the day that home plate umpire Ed Nenna is having. He is behind the plate in the nightcap, the Division I ECC Championship. He is a premier base umpire and a premier plate umpire. Has a fly ball out to right field, drives Papuga back a few steps, but he retires Cosentino for the out. So Nenna, getting the dish in the D1 ECC Championship game would be enough of a night.
Right.
But instead, before, he got to watch his son throw a 3-hit shutout in the Division II ECC Championship. And what a day he's having. I expect tonight's going to be a fun night in the Nenna household.
Yeah. Just one of those nights that you mark on the calendar and just remember, and just look back someday and go, remember that night we had that championship at Dodd Stadium where you pitched a shutout? And
Cleary hits it hard into the gap, and a beautiful diving play. Oh my goodness, Zach Diotto got it in his tracks, full dive extension, and that's going to end the top of the first. Cleary drilled the breaking ball, but oh, what a play by Diotto.
That was a triple, could have been an inside the Parker, depending on how fast the young man coming around first base was, because he dives, that ball rolls all the way to the wall. It would have been exciting to see, but great play.
Ladies and gentlemen, your
It'll be a
umpires
Biggs
for
bottom of the
today's
first
game.
as it's Grayson, Garrison, and then Nick Canby. 1, 2, 3. They'll take
For Nick Camellia.
their hacks against the junior Will Walsh. The lineup for East Lyme will be shortstop Grayson Biggs, third baseman Garrison Biggs, center fielder Nick Canby, followed by the big sophomore Cooper Saragusa, the catcher. In right field, Harrison Papuga, first baseman Andrew Seveny, the second baseman Will McKiernan, the designated hitter Kyle Selamy, and the left fielder, the player who just made that great play, Zach Deotto. And on the mound, we saw Aiden Cochran. Defensively for NFA, the pitcher we mentioned is Will Walsh. Doing the catching will be Jacob Castanera. First baseman is Michael Watts. Second baseman Cam Hatch. Shortstop Carter Stringer. Third baseman Nico Cosentino. Left to right, we've got Nate Quinnell, Ryan Cleary, and Brendan Doyle. Vikings have struggled to score runs, although they have faced excellent pitching. In game one, they faced Michael Fabiano of Killingly. They managed to scrape across 2 runs and win 2-1 in 10 innings. And then in game two, they faced a very good young pitcher from Bacon Academy, JT Eisenberg, but they were able to scrape across 2 runs in that game, and they won 2-0 behind a no-hitter from Andrew Seveny. So 2 hits given up in the first game, no hits given up in the second game. They roll into this game only having given up a couple hits. So for them, it's been about scoring runs. We'll see what they can do against Will Walsh. And Grayson Biggs, the sophomore shortstop, steps in to lead off.
Also, nice to have a D1 commit as your number 3, pitching your rotation.
Yeah. I believe Seveny is committed to Nichols, as Walsh throws a breaking ball for ball 1. Their ace has been Tristan. He pitched their 8 1/3 innings in the first game. It's some insane number.
It's definitely what you need to make a nice little run in the state tournament. You got your pitching.
East Lyme with a
Find a way.
pretty good draw too in
Right.
Class L.
Find a way, right? Score runs, you find ways.
2-0 pitch to Biggs is down, and Walsh in danger of walking the leadoff man.
What I remember about East Lyme from last year, very scrappy. Just a scrappy team.
3-0 pitch is in for a strike. 3-1 on Grayson Biggs.
Also nice night for Coach Biggs. You got your 2 sons leading, 1-2 in the lineup.
So a leadoff walk for Grayson Biggs. That'll bring up the third baseman, Garrison Biggs. It's the Biggs side of the infield and the Biggs part of the order. And now Walsh will have to operate from the stretch.
This is the one thing I think NFA can't afford to do. Can't afford to go 1, 2, 3 in the first with an exciting play and come in and give up a couple runs right here. You got to shut it down. Got to get the momentum back in your dugout.
Strike on the outside corner to Garrison Biggs, outstanding player. Garrison Biggs, great hitter, pop from the left-hand side for a smaller guy. He can run. As Walsh checks on Grayson over at first base. The thing is that when you're finding an offense like East Lyme that's just struggling right now, having faced such elite pitching, you don't want to give them free bases. Breaking ball hammered into right field, driving the right fielder back and over his head. Cosentino couldn't make the play. Biggs will go into second with a double. Grayson over to third, and second and third, nobody out on a ball that looked like Cosentino not Cosentino, the right fielder's Brendan Doyle. That Brendan Doyle could have had. Looks like he was tracking it and it just went over his head.
Yep, he didn't run to the spot. He kind of drifted after it. I feel like Grayson should have went a little farther on that ball. I think he would have scored. I don't know if he got far enough off first base.
So Nick Canby, the center fielder, and their leading hitter up with runners on second and third, nobody out. Infield in for NFA in the first inning, knowing that runs are going to be at a premium with Cochran. I I think the base running in that play is right. You go all the way to second base, and if it goes over his head, you can probably still score. Some coaches don't want them rounding the base because they don't want them to have to touch it coming back the other way.
You can put your foot on it and just use it as a stop or a push off.
1-1 to Nick Camby. Vikings threatening here in the first. That ball's hit high into the outfield. Cleary settles underneath it. Biggs tags. The throw to the plate is a good one, but cut off by the first baseman, Watts. And a sacrifice fly from Camby plates the first run. Biggs comes in, and it's 1-0 Vikings. Now, that's a good job by Walsh, minimizing, right? I'll trade the out for the 1 run and the no advance.
Right.
And now I got 1 out runner on second. I can pitch. Cooper Saragusa, the power hitting sophomore, the catcher, takes a fastball high, ball 1.
This is where he's got to get tough here. Guess what? 1 run is 1 run. You're right. You'll trade that 1 run to get out of this inning. Just can't get more.
Good block by the catcher, Castanera. And I will say, if you're looking at a bright side for NFA, all 3 balls put into play against Cochran, including 1 hit hard.
And they hit it hard.
So you got to feel pretty good about that. Saragusa fouls it out of play. Good hack on the 2-0 pitch there from the young sophomore. Outstanding hockey player, outstanding catcher, a lot of power, bright future for this young man, Cooper Saragusa. Looks at the 2-1. Just down. Nena, much smaller zone here in this one than we had in game 1.
Definitely.
I do like I just give me the consistent zone, right? But I have to admit, I did like the game 1, a lot of strikes. 3-1 pitch from Walsh to Saragusa is just outside, ball 4. And that'll put runners at first and second with the 1 out.
I think we both could agree if we're in the dugout and we're watching the game and an umpire is consistently small or consistently big, we're fine with it.
Yep.
The problem is when they're consistently all over the place.
I don't mind any strike zone. I do have some small principle issues, right? Don't call high breaking balls. We don't have the pitch tracking software, so I don't want the breaking ball in my letters called first strike. Don't expand the zone 3-0 because you're trying to speed things along. This isn't Little League. But as long as you adhere to those principles, I'm good with a tight strike zone or a big strike zone. If you give the pitch 2 inches off the plate, and give it to my guy too, that's all we're asking for.
That's everything I've ever said to an umpire is like, if you're going to give it to them, give it to me. I'm fine with it.
Harrison Papuga, the right fielder. Runners on first and second, a run home. NFA trying to navigate this first inning and not take the haymaker from the Vikings. Biggs leads off a second. Walsh delivers. Line drive into right field. Base hit. Charging right fielder. Runner coming to the plate is Biggs. He will score 2-0 on the RBI single from Harrison Papuga.
Great piece of hitting right there. Stayed inside the baseball. Nice line drive to right field. Didn't try to do too much with it, right?
So Andrew Sevigny, the first baseman, will step up. Runners on first and second now, 2-0. We talked about the haymaker, right? Minimize the damage.
Yep.
You'd rather die by a lot of paper cuts as we see action in the bullpen for NFA already. Walsh to the big left-hander, Sevigny, high, ball 1.
You said maybe East Lyme's offense was a sleeping dog.
I really thought that they were going to wake up here in this game. I think they were down ball 2 to 70. I think Fabiano's a college pitcher. He's a player going to Keene State as well. Eisenberg for Macon Academy, so good. I just think they got 2 really good pitchers. Strike into 70. And I think that a team as talented as them doesn't stay asleep for long.
Right.
And that's just a bad situation for NFA as far as running into a team that, scored 14 and 8 runs the previous 2 games before that.
And NFA's pitching is a little thin.
A little beat up right now. But down the stretch, East Lyme went 7, 11, 7, 8, 14, 8, and then those, 2 tournament games where they scored 2. Fouled out of play by 70. Full count, 3 and 2. Left-handed hitter, normally you don't send the runners here, 3-2 with a left-handed hitter, but this is high school baseball. You never know what you're going to see.
Yeah. Putting pressure on the defense.
Runners don't go. The pitch. Line drive down the right field line. That's a base hit. 1 run's going to come around to score. 70's into second with a double. And everything's going the way of the East Lyme Vikings right now. It is 3-0.
Got to throw my Rocky quote in. They woke the sleeping giant, and now they're going to pay.
I thought you were going to give me they've been hit and they've been hit again. I got to know what it's like. So we're going to get a pitching change here, I believe, as out to the mound. Indeed, it is a pitching change. So we'll take a quick break. 3-0 East Lyme and threatening. You're watching Game Day Live on theday.com.
The Water Street Waffle Company Woman of the Week, given to the woman who provides so much to the home program, oftentimes unheralded or unsung. And St. Bernard's has chosen Claire DePeter Powers. And it says, for her years of dedication to the athletes of St. Bernard High School, as well as her time, energy, and selfless efforts toward the growth of its students.
Thank you very much.
We'd like to give you this gift card to Water Street Waffle Company in New London, as well as this certificate. And talking with Jack Messina and some of the people at St. Bernard's, what they really emphasized was how much you have sort of become team mom to so many of the players, and you do so many different things, but ultimately it's about every kid on the team. So just talk a little bit about some of what's been your highlights at St. Bernard.
I just think that, having grown up with the boys a little bit, some of them I've known since Little League, but also just like making sure that, having a kid that is a pitcher and sometimes is the highlighter of the team, making sure that there's no unsung heroes, like every kid gets cheered for, every kid. It's a team sport. So I really like to emphasize at home and that, we win and lose as a team. And, so I cheer for everybody. And I think that the school emphasizes that kind of mentality. So it's great to be the mom that gets to be at the games and make sure that everybody has a fan. And I have to ask, how surprised were you when you saw your father put on a St. Bernard hat? This has been the talk of the town. Very. It took 4 years. My dad is a whaler through and through. I do think that part of that is we co-op with New London for lacrosse, and my daughter is a whaler this season. So I think having a whaler to root for helped him become able to have a Saint hat on, because he gets to wear a whaler hat like 2 to 3 times a week sometimes. But I do think that was a piece of it. But I also think that he has grown to appreciate the program a lot and what it's done for Des and helped Des build his confidence. And also I think he sees that this group of boys is special. They are a real team. They really work together, and I think he wanted to support that. Well, we thank you for all your support for St. Bernard and for all the boys. Go enjoy it tonight. Good luck. Thanks.
The Water Street Waffle Company is now open at 133 Bank Street in New London, Connecticut. This woman-owned business, Water Street Waffle Company, brings together Southern-inspired comfort food and classic Belgian waffle traditions, all served with genuine hospitality. Sphere. Visit WaterStreetWaffleCompanyNL.com to see more.
Romani Hendrickson into the game for NFA. He faces runners on second and third. There's only one out, and second baseman Will McKiernan into the plate. Vikings already up 3-0. Fastball just high on McKiernan, 1-0.
Throwing strikes. That's the biggest thing coming in.
Infield in for the Wildcats. Pitch is softly fouled down the right field line, evening the count at 1. I will say, bringing in a kid that gives you a completely different look.
Right.
The left-hander, little different movement to everything. Maybe he is able to keep you in the game for a few innings. They're going to continue to have action in the bullpen, I'm sure. 1-1. I like the spot. So did Ed Nena, strike 2.
Crafty lefty, as we would call him, right?
Slop it up there, my friend. Pick and choose.
Again, you're right. Just a different look. Maybe gets him off balance.
The 1-2 pitch. McKiernan, line drive, right field. That's sinking down. It's a base hit. That's going to score 2 runs, or they're going to hold Seveny at third. So Seveny holds at third on the single by McKiernan, but Papuga comes in to score 4-0 Vikings. And that is the
designated hitter,
fourth hit of the inning, along with 2 walks. And that brings up designated hitter Kyle Selemy with runners on first and third. And I would expect East Lyme is going to get some movement on the base paths as well.
Coming in throwing strikes, that's all you ask, right? I mean, a soft hit to right field, nothing you can do about that. Pitch to contact, hope for your defense plays behind you.
Runner goes, stolen base for McKiernan. So now runners at second and third, still just the 1 out, and we'll have the infield coming back in. But now they're going to play back. Okay. Sure, why not?
They got corners in.
Fastball outside, 1-1.
Now they're bringing it. Well, now the shortstop's coming in.
All right. 1-1 pitch to Selemy. Swing and a miss on a good fastball from Hendrickson. 1-2. Evens the count at 2.
This could be one of those games where you pitch 7 or 8 guys, Case, right?
May very
Just
well.
see some different.
Ground ball through the drawn-in infield into right field. 1 run will score. They'll hold up McKiernan at third. And the merry-go-round continues as
4th straight
they've
hit.
already batted to the 9-hitter. Zach Diotto coming up with runners on the corners. 4 straight hits and the 5th hit of the inning.
I say if they steal here in this situation, take a shot. Go. Throw through.
Get the out.
Get an out,
Right. Hard hit ball into left field, a base hit. Another run will score as McKiernan crosses the plate with the 6th Viking run. Runners on first and second now, still 1 out. We've batted back around to the top of the order. Fastball high. These 2 teams played twice during the regular season, and believe it or not, East Lyme lost one of these games to NFA 8-5 before ultimately coming back and beating them 6-1. But this, a different Vikings group than what NFA had faced, and this is not the pitching that NFA was able to throw previously against East Lyme.
Sometimes in these tournaments, you got to get to the championship game and then hope for the best.
A 1-1 pitch to Biggs. Swing and a miss.
They're not as fortunate to have 3 guys that can, like East Lyme, who can throw.
Hendrickson delivers. Fastball down. Evens the count at 2, and Ed Nena is not going to expand here in the first inning. Two-two pitch to leadoff hitter Grayson Biggs, already with a walk and a run scored here in the first inning.
Huge gap in the right center gap right now. But
fly ball, right field. Moving over and making the catch is Doyle, tagging and heading over to third base. And that'll bring up Garrison Biggs. He doubled and scored in his first at bat on the ball. And how is this inning different if Doyle is able to make that catch in right field off the bat of Biggs?
I was just going to say that, how the game changes over one play. We always talked about that.
There goes the runner. Throw goes down to second, cut off by the shortstop, and a stolen base for Deotto puts him at second. So second and third with 2 outs here in the bottom of the first.
If they can get out of this inning with giving up 6, which is a lot, especially against Cochran.
Foul down the left field line into the stands.
It's still one of those games where you say, hey, let's get a couple, cut it in half, see what we can do. The problem is if Cochran's on.
I know math was never your strong suit. If they get a couple, that's a third. They would have to get 3 runs to cut it in half.
Isn't a couple 2 or 3?
No, a couple is 2. You don't unless you've got the kind of relationship that men dream of. A couple is not 3.
I was never good at math.
No, you weren't. That's okay. That's okay. But half of 6 is 3. A couple is 2, which is a third, 33%. That's okay. That's all right. You're here for your baseball knowledge and your rugged handsomeness. 2-1 to Biggs. Golfed into left field. That is slicing away, but the left fielder settles underneath it. That's Nate Quinnell for the final out. And the inning is mercifully over for NFA. 6-0 Vikings heading to the top of the second. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, we're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today. Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Visit us online or call now to book. Nestled in the woods of Lebanon, Connecticut, Roberto's Log Cabin is the cozy, rustic home of comfort food. Family owned and operated, the Cabin, as it is fondly known, offers a diverse menu of hearty fare from burgers to the best ribs in the state. Come check out the Hallway of History in the newly renovated tavern, sample the diverse menu, craft beers, great cocktails, all while watching your favorite sports on one of their 10 TVs. Stop in and see Rob. Tell him Game Day sent you. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more.
We're back, and senior Aiden Cochran, after a 1-2-3 top of the first, had to wait around for quite a while in the bottom of the first as his Vikings scored 6, and he's happy about that. He'll go out and face the 4-5-6 hitters Michael Watts, Jacob Castanera, and Brendan Doyle to start the top of the second. So East Lyme could not have drawn up a better first inning offensively, as they have scored more in the first inning of this game than they had total in their previous 2. Cochran staked to 6-run lead. Delivers to Watts. Fastball down, ball 1. And again, you just got 6 runs scored for you. Fastball command has been the issue. He needs to be able to get to locate that pitch into the strike zone.
Go out, throw strikes. Worst thing you can do here is walk the leadoff guy after scoring 6.
So 2 balls, no strikes to the leadoff hitter in the second inning, Michael Watts, the first baseman, big number 44 for NFA. Fastball on the outside corner. Cochran pours in a strike. It's 2-1.
So again, if you're a hitter case here, you're keying on hard stuff, right? You're locking in. He throws everything hard. Key on his fastball.
Swing and a miss on a 3-1 fastball, and that's a good pitcher's pitch, believe it or not. That was down and on the outer half. Not a pitch to hit on 3-1, and it fills the count 3-2. Cochran delivers. Fastball, ball 4 as it gets past Saragusa. And a leadoff walk for Watts in the second. Catcher Jacob Castanera comes up.
That's what we don't want as a coach, right?
No.
Don't want that. Go right at him.
Cochran from the stretch delivers. Breaking ball high, ball 1.
How would you describe him? I would describe him as a max effort, not max effort, because I'm sure he's got a lot more in him, but like he throws everything hard. His windup is hard. You know what I mean?
He's just out of sorts right now too. They've been working with him for a month, and this is a UConn commit. The stuff is there. He has just lost fastball command. You see him tug that one, 2-0. Pulled down and left. There's a swing and a miss by Castanera. And when his fastball command's not there, you start seeing more breaking balls out of him, and that breaking balls are what allows him to, get into some trouble with hitters that shouldn't be seeing them. There's a good pitch. 2-2 on Castanera.
For me, I would just try to control his motion a little bit more. He looks like he really just crashes at the end. Just a little more fluid. Maybe you lose a mile an hour, but you know what? You gain control.
Well, he was a strike. I mean, he was growing up a kid who pounded the strike zone relentlessly. As he's gotten better stuff, he's lost a little bit of that. Good breaking ball, but just high. Fills the count at 3-2.
Again, this is my first time seeing the young man, so going off what I'm seeing.
3-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Freezes him with a fastball. Castanera is caught looking for the first out. That'll bring up right fielder Brendan Doyle.
And I think that he thought maybe we had the ABS, and he tapped his helmet right away. He thought we wanted to get a.
I wonder how long before we start seeing high school kids tapping their helmets.
He just did. I don't know if you saw it, but he did.
That's great. Breaking ball in for strike 1 on right fielder Brendan Doyle.
I think we're many years away from that.
I hope. Strike 2 with another breaking ball.
I hope. You like it or you don't like it?
I'll tell you after this pitch. 2-strike pitch. Fastball freezes him. Cochran starting to lock in a little bit here. Back-to-back strikeouts, and Nate Quinnell, the left fielder. I love the system. I hate the challenge system. If you want to get it right, get it right. It should be New York looking at it just like they do everything else and just going, no, that was a ball. No, that was a strike. It shouldn't be a challenge system. Why do we? So if I miss a challenge in the first inning, suddenly it doesn't matter if they're wrong in the 8th inning? Breaking ball in for strike 1. Like I have no problem with the electronic scoring system, but use it. Don't make it a challenge thing.
So just make it constant.
Yeah, like get it. Isn't the idea to get it right? Swing and a miss by Quinnell. Like if the point is that we have this challenge system so we can get the call correct, then get the call correct. And I don't care if the guy's right or wrong. It should be up to New York to weigh in. Down, blocked nicely by Saragusa. 2-2. So imagine pitch gets thrown. Umpire says ball. And New York goes, no, that was a strike. And he goes, correction, that's a strike. Like, I'm good with that. Mm-hmm. Shouldn't be up to the player to challenge. Outside, 2-2. And the reason for that is you get a couple challenges early that you lose by a 16th of an inch. You get no more challenges. And then in the 8th inning, the umpire can call one that hits the dirt, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Right.
Ground ball to the shortstop. Biggs charges, throws across the diamond. Strong throw to 70 for the 3rd out of the inning, and that retires NFA. So we'll head to the bottom of the 2nd inning. It's 6-0 Vikings. We'll keep it here and talk for a moment about the upcoming state tournament. The ECC will have obviously a lot of schools heading into the state tournament. You see pitching coach Jeff Joyce right there, and Joycey, the lefty, working hard with Aiden Cochran to get him into that rhythm and get that fastball command. But as teams head into the state tournament, winning a tournament is very different than being the best team over the course of a year. When I look at teams heading into the state tournament, and you were a coach that coached in the tournament, you were a player that won a state tournament as a player, what are the things as a coach or as a player, if I was going to make a checklist of do I have a state championship team? What are the boxes that I want to check off?
So one of the biggest things I always said about championship teams were the 2 or 3 studs that you had on your baseball team, they're supposed to be studs. They're supposed to go out and hit 400 and hit 5 or 6 home runs. Your number one's supposed to go out and win 6 or 7 games. Your other best player is supposed to hit 350 or whatever. It's the other guys. It's the complementary players that have great years that become championship teams. It's the other guys. So you need your studs to be studs, but you also need the complementary players or the guys that you didn't expect to have good years to all of a sudden towards the end start kicking in and become that player where a guy gets a big hit and you didn't even know who he was.
So for me, when I look for the recipe, the checklist, I start with, do I have an ace? Yeah. I think to win a state championship, you need an ace. The second thing I check off is, do I have a catcher? I don't see a lot of state championship teams without a guy who can control things back behind the plate. Then I look and say, do I have a shortstop? Ideally, a full middle shortstop, second, center field, but do I have a shortstop? And then I look and say, do I have 2 or 3 guys in the lineup that you have to circle and pitch? And if I can start with that, then I want to fill in, I want to fill in better other good defensive players. If you can give me a no-hit, all-glove second baseman, I'll take it. If you can give me 2 corner outfielders that can chase down everything, and I'll take it. But I need ace, catcher, shortstop, 3-4 hitters. And looking at East Lyme, they've got all that.
They've got it, yep. And we talked about it earlier. I don't know if you talked about it on the air, but their draw on the state champion in the state tournament could be favorable.
It looks like it so far. Canby leads off. So speaking of the check boxes, here's one of them. Nick Canby, the center fielder, 3-hitter, hitting over 400 on the year. Not the 6-7 home run guy, but a guy that goes gap to gap, a lot of doubles, a lot of power in that middle of the order. Now, the thing about the East Lyme offense, as Canby hammers it to left field, Quinnell back on his horse and makes the running catch. Beautiful play by Nate Quinnell out in left field. The thing about East Lyme, you see with the Biggs' 1-2, right? They hit it. They've got a lot of speed at the top, but they also have some pop. Like Garrison Biggs has got a lot of pop for the little guy. You see right there, Canby with gap-to-gap power. Saragusa, multiple home runs on the year. Papuga, 70. These guys all the way down the lineup have guys who thump into the outfield. These guys are a doubles lineup more than they are a home run lineup. Saragusa pops it up into shallow right field. In and making the catch is Doyle.
And we have both been on great teams that just face somebody that shut us down.
Yes.
I mean, it's getting hot at the right time. Now, you said the last couple games they struggled offensively. Well, could this be the game that kicks them into high gear and pushes them right through the state tournament and they're scoring 7 or 8 runs for the next 3 or 4 games to get them to a final? Right
fielder Harrison Papuga singled and scored in his first at bat. 2 outs here in the second, and give a lot of credit to Romani Hendrickson, who came in and has settled things down nicely for NFA. And if he can get through this 1, 2, 3, what a compliment to them, and get them back into the hitting circle there in the third.
Just like you said, a different look.
So it's funny because each of us in high school on our state championship teams did check off those boxes.
Right.
I was the no-bat, rock-solid defensive second baseman that every coach dreams about, right, anchoring the middle of the infield. And you were both the ace and the middle of the order bat for your team.
Yeah, but also my junior year, though, I was the guy that no one knew about coming in, which we had 3 or 4 studs. We had Kevin Petchak, who was our number 1, Robbie Simone, which was our catcher. Okay.
So there's the ace and the catcher.
And the catcher, right? We had Chris Pedezzo at shortstop, who had played short the year before.
Nice breaking
we had a nice
ball
center fielder in Stephen Elsey.
Yep.
But I was the player that came in as a junior that no one knew about.
So I want to be careful. Your catcher went on to be a vet. Your center fielder went on to be an award-winning musician, and the shortstop is a coach at UConn.
Division I UConn, yeah.
Good breaking ball into the left field. Quinnell back and makes the catch. 1, 2, 3 inning, just what the doctor ordered for NFA. We go to the third, 6-0 Vikings.
The Water Street Waffle Company is now open at 133 Bank Street in New London, Connecticut. This woman-owned food and classic Belgian waffle traditions, all served with genuine hospitality. Everything is made fresh from scratch daily. Great food, great atmosphere. Visit WaterStreetWaffleCompanyNL.com to see more. This season on Game Day, all big hits are sponsored by the Norwich Sea Unicorns. You can catch all the hard-hitting action all summer long at Dodd Stadium. Don't forget to check out the Sea Unicorns home opener, Saturday, May 30th at 6:30 p.m. There is a magnet schedule giveaway and post-game fireworks. For more information on promotion and tickets, please visit the Sea Unicorns website at goseaunicorns.com and check out Game Day CT for the Sea Unicorns big hitter of the game. Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, we're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today. Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Visit us online or call now to book.
We're back, top of the third, 6-0 East Lyme. And the second baseman, Cam Hatch, to lead things off, 8-9-1 for NFA. Aiden Cochran had a much better second inning, fastball just inside. During the break, athletic director from Bacon Academy, Kevin Burke, chimed in and said Mike had never had a problem with his math when he was calculating his batting average.
No, never.
but otherwise, that's all he said. That's all he needed.
No, thanks, Berkey. Yeah, no, I had no problem with that.
Well, that's because he went to the halves for 500. Foul ball to the backstop by Hatch is 1-2. Now, I got to give a little bit of love to Cam Hatch. He's a freshman.
And he's up there hacking.
Freshman second baseman. And someday he's going to tell a story, no matter what happens in his career. He's going to tell a story about facing the kid that went to UConn as a freshman in the championship game. I was a freshman. I'm 14 years old, and this guy's throwing 90 miles an hour at me. By the time he tells the story, Cochran will be at 102.
Yeah.
He was throwing 102 sidearm underhand with spin. But I love that. Freshman, and he's like, let's swing. Let's go.
Yeah. Guess what? Get in, compete. You never know. The hardest thing as a hitter to understand in this situation is that Cochran's going to supply all.
Get it, keep it foul. Listen, hey, America, if you can't root for Cam Hatch right now, freshman stepping up against the senior UConn-bound Aiden Cochran, I think he's going to get high cheese right here. And he did. Frozen with a strike on the outside corner. Hatch goes down, and that's going to bring up the pitcher, Romani Hendrickson.
The pitcher, number 17, Romani.
Cochran settling in now. That's his third strikeout. He's starting to locate that fastball a little better.
And that's what you said could be dangerous if he starts locating.
Yeah, now he's the Jugs gun is popping now here.
And a big key for East Lyme, because if he can find it and figure it out, that's going to give them a good push to the state tournament.
Well, I will say that the luxury of East Lyme throwing him here and them getting the 6 runs couldn't have not have been better, because now he gets to settle into the game a little bit and really find a rhythm. And you can see he is dialing it up a little bit right now. Even though he missed those last 2 fastballs, 2-1, the velocity has gone up a tick. Swing and a miss. Count goes 2-2 on Hendrickson. I love that he just gets right back on the mound, too. Like, he is ready to throw. I wouldn't call breaking ball again for about 3 innings.
Right.
Strike 3 freezes Hendrickson for the second out. Cochran dialed in, and we'll get to the top of the order. Shortstop Carter Stringer. He was out on a ground ball to Garrison Biggs at third base, leading off the first. And he'll have his second look at Aiden Cochran.
And you can just see it in his body language now, Case, right? you see the difference in his body language. I didn't see him when he struggled in other games. I'm sure you guys saw it, maybe, but right now his body language is great.
Well, that fastball was his best of the night, right by Stringer. Just missed there, 1-1. But Aiden Cochran has taken it up a notch on the gun right now. He is letting it fly. Now you got to stay within yourself, though, right? This is where you said that, take it off, take a mile an hour off, find a way to just get those over, show me strikes.
Well, if you notice, when he makes bad pitches, where is his body finishing?
He's pulling it.
He's pulling everything off. He's just got to stay in a nice straight line, control his body, stay in a straight line, chin to the chest.
It's ball 3 up and a good take there from Stringer. And those were strikes in game 1. A little bit tighter zone here from Ednetta. That is a really good fastball. Cochran delivers. Foul to the backstop. Remains 3-2.
Sitting in the dugout, though, facing a guy like this is one of those games you just can't wait to get in and compete against a kid like this. Whether you win or lose, whether he punches you out or whatever, it's just so exciting.
Ball 4 for Stringer. It gets on via the walk, and that'll bring up third baseman Nico Cosentino. It's funny. You're right. I go back to, some of the pitching that we faced back in our day, the Paul Menharts, the Mike Blaze, the Billy Kenyons and Legion Ball, Scott Burrell
Matt
later
Popriant.
on. You definitely got yourself
juiced up to get in the batter's box. 6-0 case. Mr. Coach Joyce, who was one of my pitchers back in the day. I was his pitching coach at the University of Hartford. I did not like that call. I'm going to get all over him a little bit. You're up 6-0, 2 outs, and he threw a breaking ball right there to walk a guy when you got a kid throwing 90.
What's he going to do? Single in the left? Okay, that's
or
fine.
He hits one over the fence. So what? 6-1.
I agree. I've already given him a hard time earlier this year. Breaking ball there for strike 2, 1-2. He threw on the big game of the year, East Lyme Waterford. The first 2 pitches to the Waterford leadoff hitter were breaking balls. I wanted to go. What are we doing? Nice pitch. Freezes Cosentino for strike 3. And we are going to the bottom of the 3rd inning. It is still 6-0 East Lyme. So we talked about check boxes for the state tournament, right? We said you need an ace, you need a catcher, you need a shortstop, you need a couple of big bats. You mentioned the other guys. The other guys become the guys who have a role and really embrace what that role is. Like I said, the defensive second baseman or the kid that, hey, you might be our left fielder. Your job is to, you go and you catch everything. Right. And if you hit 250, we don't care. We just want you to go do that. Or maybe it's the kid that DHs who doesn't really have a position, and you're like, you need to hit 2 or 3 balls hard every game. We don't care if you play the field, but you got to have guys that play those roles. Talk about some of the guys back when you played that filled those roles.
Right. So my junior year, when we won a state championship, we had a left fielder, Eric Racine. Like I said, just a great complimentary player, had a great year, and was great defensive player, great left fielder. You had a guy like Michael Pinella, who was a great basketball player, but came in and pitched one of the biggest games for us to get to a state championship. He was our number 2, but we had a number 1. But he was all state. I think he was like 10-1. I think he might have lost 1 game early on in the year. But a complimentary player like Mike Pinella, who is a great number 2, but to beat that Berlin team, to get us to the final, to give the ball to Kevin, was just a huge play. We had, again, I keep saying myself, but I was a player that really wasn't in the mix in the beginning of the year. They didn't know what they were going to get with me, and I ended up having a really good year. We had a stud catcher like Robbie Simone. We had a stud pitcher. We had a great defensive shortstop of Chris Perez. We had a great center fielder, defensive kid, Stephen Elsey, and also had a great year. A young sophomore second baseman of Eric Tanucci of the Tanucci family, great baseball pedigree. We just had, and everybody just clicked. And too, like we were talking about Coach Vargas. You had players on your team, and I remember that. You had players that probably weren't baseball players, but that could run
yes,
and just go and pinch run. and steal a base for you or do whatever. And Coach Vargas was great at doing that, getting those players to buy in to be a pinch runner, and that was it.
Bottom of the third, Andrew 70 doubled and scored in his first at bat. He'll lead it off here for East Lyme, facing Ramani Hendrickson, the lefty for NFA, and a breaking ball in for strike one. East Lyme pitchers, by the way, Mike, have not allowed a hit in the last 11 and 2/3 innings.
Like I said, as a coach, I'm Coach Biggs, man. I'm smiling because I've got 3 guys that are going to go out and compete and are going to give me a great
What's amazing is Tristan Glover threw like nine innings of one-hit ball, and he's last right now amongst the 3 pitchers. He gave up. How dare you give up a hit? The 1-1 to 70. Swing and a miss. And I'll tell you, I like Hendrickson. He has the potential to be crafty. Right now, he's just got that something that where they don't see the ball that well out of his hand.
Just showing, like I said, we said before, you had a little right-hander come in, throwing the ball pretty good. Now you got a lefty, mixing speeds, changing velocity, a little slower breaking ball, right? Changing changing eye
level.
There you go. That's the word I was looking for.
Second baseman Will McKiernan, he singled and scored in that big 6-run first inning. And I'm going to wait until it actually happens. But as a coach, how many times have you seen it? You jump out to that lead, and then everything just stalls. Where was that team that put up a 6 spot?
This is where Biggs needs to bring him in and say, hey, you got to keep the foot on the gas, right? Keep the foot on the gas. Don't keep them around.
Soft ground ball to third. There's going to be no play there. That's a base hit for the speedy McKiernan.
You had them down, right? In case you have them down, you keep your foot on their neck. Don't give them an opportunity.
Now you got to keep pushing that pedal to the metal. You got to go. It's going to bring up the designated hitter Kyle Selamy. He had a single in his first at bat.
Because what happens as an offensive team, you score 6 runs, you go, hey, we got Aiden on the mound, we're good. And guess what? Bloop, walk, double in the gap, and all of a sudden it's 6-2.
And even if you just win this thing 6-0,
right,
you don't want to head into the state tournament with 5 or 6 innings of not scoring runs. Right. Fastball misses, 1-0 on Selamy. Ideally, if you're East Lyme, let's get another big inning. Let's get some consistency offensively. Let's see if they do something here with McKiernan, who's got good wheels over at first base, even though the lefty on the mound, Hendrickson. There's the move. We don't know if that's his best one or not, but that's what we typically call the show-me move from a left-hander.
Typical lefty move.
I look to the plate, so I'm going to throw over to first.
Yeah.
If I look at you, I'm going to the plate.
Yep.
Good pitch on the outside plate. Part of the plate. Selamy swung through it.
He's doing a great job. He's mixing it up. He's dotting the corners. He's not living on the middle part of the plate.
Outside, 2-1.
And came in a tough situation. Were you ready to come in the first inning? If you're,
That is not where you thought you were going.
Yeah.
Nothing ever good comes from having to come
in
in
the first inning.
2-1, breaking ball, strike 2. Nice pitch from Hendrickson.
Said changing speeds enough to keep them off balance. If I'm the coach, I'm like, man, wish I would have started this guy.
2-2 pitch. Fastball down, full count. I'd be surprised if we didn't see Selamy on the move here. McKiernan on the move here with Selamy getting the full count.
Again, Coach Biggs needs to keep his foot on the gas, right? Keep putting pressure on him.
No running going, and it's hit into that no man's land and then out of play down the left field line. They're the 3 seed in L, and I believe 32 teams qualified, so they're playing the 30 seed. I want to say like like Wilcox Tech or Walcott or Walcott Tech or so. Platt Tech in the first
It was
round.
a Tech.
Yeah, Tech school. There goes the runner.
Oh.
Ball 4 to Selamy. And that'll put runners at first and second. With 1 out. And the 9 hitter, left fielder, Zach Diotto.
Number 11, Zach Diotto.
Breaking ball just missed. Ball 1.
Ed Nena has not deviated from his zone, which is good. Looked like a good pitch, but
Hendrickson delivers to Diotto. Popped up. That'll be in play for the first baseman, Watts. Puts it away, and there are 2 outs. And the top of the order, Grayson Biggs.
Shortstop, number 15, Grayson Biggs.
I think if I'm facing a guy like Hendrickson, I'm diving away to the outside part of the plate and looking to keep my shoulder on the ball and hit it to right center field.
So one thing is you see it, you try to tell, hey, just let's see the ball long, right? Let it get deep. Try to drive the right back through the middle part of the box because you're rolling over everything.
You see these guys, shoulders flying off the ball, trying to yank this thing. I'd be diving across the plate, looking to hit it to right center field.
Really trying to stay through the middle part of the field.
Yeah.
See the ball long.
And you may end up hitting one to left center field, trying to do it that way just because you're out in front. But the way he is most effective is on the outer part of the plate. He's not busting guys in. He's sitting on that outside part of the. And I get, not an easy place to go hunting, but take your chances. A 1-1 pitch to Biggs is a breaking ball outside, 2-1.
It's a good at bat by Biggs. You don't want to chase,
Runners lead off of first and second.
Oh boy.
And there goes the runner, big jump, and Biggs with that's a confident thing for a hitter to do. He took a strike because he recognized that his runners had stolen second and third. So McKiernan to third and Selamy to second. Now runners at second and third. A hit will bring in 2, but 2 strikes on Biggs. That's a confident take right there.
I was going to say, that's a very confident young man in the box.
Hendrickson delivers. Breaking ball lined right into left field. Quinnell in his tracks. And that will end the 3rd inning. So we are through 3 here at Dodd Stadium. It is 6-0 East Lyme. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, we're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today. Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Visit us online or call now to book. Nestled in the woods of Lebanon, Connecticut, Roberto's Log Cabin is the cozy, rustic home of comfort food. Family owned and operated, the Cabin, as it is fondly known, offers a diverse menu of hearty fare from burgers to the best ribs in the state. Come check out the Hallway of History in the newly renovated tavern, sample the diverse menu, craft beers, great cocktails, all while watching your favorite sports on one of their 10 TVs. Stop in and see Rob. Tell him Game Day sent you. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more.
We're back in the ECC Division I championship game, top of the 4th inning, 6-0 East Lyme over NFA, and I'm joined by the Sea Unicorns General Manager Lee Walter. Thank you so much for joining me and for the sponsorship of the Sea Unicorns with the Game Day Big Hitter. It's been a lot of fun watching these kids go after it. East Lyme with a 6th spot in the first, and we have no shortage of candidates. But on the other side of things, we see Aiden Cochran throwing a no-hitter. So you got a little bit of everything in this one. And speaking of a little bit of everything, the Sea Unicorns ready to get down to business. Opening day tomorrow.
That is correct. So we are currently on the road playing our 2nd game of the season, and we'll open up this weekend at home, and we have a great show on tap for tomorrow with a magnet schedule giveaway for the first 1,000 fans coming in, and post-game fireworks. And for all those asking about the weather, because it is a little up and down right now, it looks like it'll be perfectly clear, at least as far as the rain goes, come tomorrow evening. So no reason not to come out to Dodd Stadium tomorrow night.
Nothing better than a post-game fireworks show either. Ryan Cleary, the center fielder, is your hitter, and he chops it foul 1-2. Cleary was a victim, if you will, of a fabulous play in left field by Dodd as he really hit it hard, the hardest hit ball of the day against Cochran. So you guys have your season underway. When do you get sort of the rhythm of all the players being available to you, like the full roster and all that?
So this year, actually, we're in a lot better shape than most springs into the summers. A lot of our guys, their college seasons ended quicker than maybe some of them had hoped, and we have the bulk of our roster already available. A couple of guys playing in this tournament that we're going to be waiting on still through the state tournament, and then also a couple guys with their college seasons ending a little bit late last week wanted to take another week or so before they reported. But this year, more than most, we've got the vast majority of our roster already here.
Cleary struck out on a nasty breaking ball, and the first baseman, Michael Watts, comes to the stick. He walked in his first at-bat. So I noticed this year a lot of local kids on the Sea Unicorns. Is that something that was by choice, that just happened? Because I've noticed you've got yourself a nice little core of ECC-style players.
Yeah, I can't say for sure whether that was a choice or just something that was happenstance. I don't take care of the roster personally. I let Kevin Murphy, our former manager and now director of player personnel, handle that. But I was pretty excited to see how many local guys there were and how many guys that have, certainly played on this field before. And, again, some of them even playing in this tournament this week.
Right now.
Including the kid on the mound. So, so I think it's a great thing to be able to use those guys as a little bit of a marketing tool this year for us to be able to say, hey, come out and see these guys again.
Well, I will say, for me personally, I love baseball games at any level. I love especially coming out to places like Dodd as Watts fouls it off, experience 2-2. I am, though, more likely than even before to try to find a way to get here because of the amount of kids who I have relationships with from just being in local baseball. So, I'm excited about this year as well.
Yeah, well, I know where you're coming from, finding a way to get here, but sarcastically, I was just going to tell you to get in your car and hop on Route 2 to drive down here. But, I really, please, get out here this summer. It's a fun brand of baseball, and we still treat it so much like our minor league days with the fun promotions and activities throughout the evening, too. So it's not just watching a baseball game. It's being wholly entertained for a great value.
With a lot of shine right now, there's probably no team more popular in the world than the Savannah Bananas, and how they have sort of brought attention to I'm going to call it non-professional or non-major league profession, non-MLB baseball, right? So I went to a Long Island Ducks game a couple weeks ago to watch Trevor Bauer pitch for them, and I've been here to watch you guys in the past couple of years, and whether you're going to watch the Bananas, the Sea Unicorns, the Ducks, there's a common thread about minor league independent baseball where they try so hard to make it a fan-friendly and interactive experience. As Watts walks for the second time, ball 4. Talk just a little bit, beyond the fireworks and the magnet giveaway, just talk about the commitment the Sea Unicorns make to the fan experience.
Yeah, we've always, again, prided ourselves on keeping this thing very minor league atmosphere. This year, especially with the economy getting a little tougher, we put in some really good ticket promotions and, some opportunities for people to come out for an even better reasonable night. Mondays are going to be kids eat free. All kids 12 and under are going to get a voucher for a hot dog, bag of chips, and a bottle of water. You don't get that many places. Tuesday nights, grab a buddy, come down here, buy one, get one free tickets.
Two for Tuesday, I love it.
Yeah, and then Wednesdays, we got a great little thing, buy a ticket down in the seating bowl, $15 purchase, ticket, 2 hot dogs.
Wow.
I mean, you can't beat that stuff, right? And so this year we've made a real commitment to trying to, help people have that family affordable night out because we know things are tough out there.
Castanera popped over to the third baseman Biggs, and Doyle is now even up in the count 1-1. So to put it in perspective, I went with my family. 4 of us went to the movies on Saturday. Right? We went and got 4 tickets to the movies for a matinee, strike 2 on the outside corner. We bought 2 popcorns, 2 drinks to share, 2 things of candy to share, and that cost me just around $100. If I came with my family of 4, check swing by Doyle, if I brought my family of 4 here on a weeknight to come see a Sea Unicorns game, and I had my 4 tickets to the game, we all got a hot dog, we all got a bag of chips, we all got a soda, what's that going to run me?
Probably it's about $75, $80, give or take. It would be just under that 100 mark that you spent at the movie theater and probably watched a bad movie. At least here you'd be entertained.
Well, I was about to say, at strike 3, right past Doyle. And that ends the top of the 4th. We'll keep you here. Oh, actually, the movie, was an hour and 45 minutes with another 4 hours of previews. And I didn't get to run around and have a good time either, by the way. But here, you're outside. There's areas for the kids to run around. There's places, for the adult. There's never a problem with weather because you're protected if you want to be. There's always a place to be. So it's it's cheaper than any other sporting event you can go to, and it's on par with, with taking the family to a movie. And I don't think anybody thinks twice about taking their family to a movie. So why not come out, support local athletes, support athletes in general, support a great place like this, check out a fireworks show, get yourself some grub and have a good time outside at a baseball game. It sounds like, it's obviously, I'm not your target audience, but I'm a fan. But, I don't see why that wouldn't be something that would be enticing to everybody. So what's one thing about the Sea Unicorns that the average person at home, all they know is that it's a baseball team in Norwich? What's something about you guys that might be of interest just to the average person looking for something to do?
Again, that it's not just baseball. It's entertainment and value all around. We get groups out here all the time, and people don't know anybody out there. They don't know what's going on, but they're here and they're having a good time because they're getting to hang out with people they know in a fun atmosphere, and it didn't cost them an arm and a leg like it does going to, say, Fenway Park or Yankee Stadium or anything like that. And I just think that it's people got to understand that it's not just baseball.
So you use the word, and I want to seize on that. So it's more than just me coming by myself or with a buddy or a family of 4. What if I had 20 buddies and I wanted to have a night out with a big group? What can I do here at Dodd Stadium?
It's a few different options. We have the luxury suites upstairs where 20 or 40 person groups can go in and have some air conditioned room. You can get a catering, food delivery. You can order from the menu up there, whatever you want to do. And that's just one option for groups. There's also a barbecue pavilion where groups of 25 or 30 is where we start, but as many as 300 people can come out and have a 90-minute cookout essentially, and have a ticket to the ball game as well. So there's all kinds of options available for that for groups of any size.
So in theory, if I wanted to have my office night out, I could have my office night out here at Dodd, get up into a nice luxury box, air conditioning, get some food catered, and we can have a good time. If I wanted to have my 50-person family reunion, I could head on down to the pavilion and do some barbecue. There are lots of options here for the individual all the way up to the giant group.
Absolutely, yes, and we pride ourselves on that as well. We want to make sure that big or small, that group can come out here and have a good time still at an affordable rate.
Garrison Biggs, the third baseman, leading off the bottom of the 4th for the Vikes, and that's a strike on the inside part of the plate, 2-1. So before I let you go, I do see the kids rolling down the hill, which has become a signature here at Dodd Stadium as well. If someone was looking to reach out to find out more information, what would you recommend? Would you recommend phone call, website? How would you recommend they get a hold of someone to learn more about the action here at Dodd?
Well, you could start by visiting the website. All the information is available on there, goseeunicorns.com. We have our group and individual ticket options available there. But if you prefer to talk to somebody or even email, we could certainly do that as well. Phone number for the office, 860-887-7962, or our information email, info@goseeunicorns.com. We'll answer your questions as quickly as we can and help you through the process.
And as always, at the end of this game, I'll be presenting the Sea Unicorns big hitter to an impactful hitter in today's championship game. Jack Leaf of Ledyard was the recipient in Game 1, where Ledyard captured the ECC championship in Division II. Here we have a whole bunch of candidates. This is Nick Camby, who has hit a sacrifice fly and lined out to left as the Vikings are up 6-0. And he hits it high in the air into shallow center field. The second baseman, Hatch, calls everybody off and makes the play, and 2 quick outs. And after that 6-run first, Ramani Hendrickson has come in and shut down East Lyme. And they have gone quietly now in 3 straight innings. If Cooper Saragusa, who has walked and flown to center, if he doesn't find a way to do something here. Hendrickson with that little bit of shifty, he's got the makings of a crafty left-hander. Grounds over to third, across the diamond goes the throw. We're at the end of 4 innings, and there is a 6-0 Viking lead, but NFA hanging around. I want to thank Sea Unicorns General Manager Lee Walter. Thank you very much for coming in and joining me.
Yeah, appreciate it, Casey.
And we're going to take a break. We'll be back with the 5th inning. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
This season on Game Day, all big hits are sponsored by the Norwich Sea Unicorns. You can catch all the hard-hitting action all summer long at Dodd Stadium. Don't forget to check out the Sea Unicorns home opener, Saturday, May 30th at 6:30 p.m. There is a magnet schedule giveaway and post-game fireworks. For more information on promotion and tickets, please visit the Sea Unicorns website at goseeunicorns.com and check out Game Day CT for the Sea Unicorns big hitter of the game. Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, we're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today. Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Visit us online or call now to book. The Water Street Waffle Company is now open at 133 Bank Street in New London, Connecticut. This woman-owned business, Water Street Waffle Company, brings together Southern-inspired comfort food and classic Belgian waffle traditions, all served with genuine hospitality. Everything is made fresh from scratch daily. Great food, great atmosphere. Visit WaterStreetWaffleCompanyNL.com to see more.
Top of the 5th here at Dodd Stadium, 6-0 East Lyme. Aiden Cochran has not allowed a hit, and he will face the 7-8-9 hitters for NFA, Nate Quinnell, Cam Hatch, and Ramani Hendrickson if he hits. Speaking of Hendrickson, what a great job. He has done 3 innings of scoreless relief after coming in the first inning when it looked like East Lyme was going to run away and hide. You know, we talked about a different look. We talked about getting geared up to compete against the Cochrans of the world. We mentioned Matt Pompriant, right? Matt Pompriant was a 6'6", gas-throwing left-hander when he pitched for Norwich Legion, and I got so amped to face him, and I had decent success. You know, I put the ball in play, had a few hits against him, and did fairly well. The next night, I'd faced Joe Genest, who couldn't break a pane of glass, and I went 0 for 4, and I did that every single time I faced him. Why are the left-handers, the soft-toss left-handers, or the crafty left-handers so problematic, even here in high school?
Because I think the younger hitter tries to do too much with someone throwing a little softer. They try to generate the power. So that puts them in bad positions, whether it's getting too quick with your front side, opening up, trying to supply all the power. I think one of the greatest things I ever heard was Alex Rodriguez said he swings at about 80%. He lets the pitcher do the rest. He controls his body. He barrels things up. Because if he goes 100%, he puts himself he puts his body in bad positions, and he has bad swings. So I think that's what happens when you got a soft tossing lefty, as we would call them. You do too much. You try to generate the power. I'm trying to drive the ball in the gap instead of letting the pitcher's velocity kind of supply the power. And I think that's when guys get out of position with their hands or their feet or their front shoulder, and that's what gets those guys to roll over things, and the lefty frustrates the heck out of you.
So A-Rod, 80%. Is that about what Veritek when he mushed his face? Was that about at 80? Was that at about 80% as well, or when he was injected? I won't go down. I won't go down that road.
You understand what I'm saying.
I do. So Cochran had to have a little conversation with Saragusa. It's 0-2 on the left fielder Quinnell.
See, I'm surprising that you didn't hammer those guys more than the guys throwing harder, because you just kind of put the ball in play. And
well, so the opposite, and that's why Quinnell strikes out, and
you tried to do too much.
No, against the hard throwers, I stayed short to the ball,
you did.
And I just tried to make contact, and they supplied the power, and I did well against Mike Blay. I did well. I doubled against Scott Burrell. I did well against the hard throwers, and then the soft. I thought I had to generate the power,
right.
and I didn't strike out against them. But if I had $1 for every pop up and ground ball the third that I had, I could have retired. That's right, I did. 1 out, and the batter is freshman second baseman Cam Hatch. Fastball right by him by Cochran, but I do love the kid's competitive nature.
Gets right in there and hacks. That's what I love. And again, you're right. Someday he's going to be talking to his buddies sitting around a fire pit going, you know what? I faced a D1 commit throwing 96 miles an hour.
Listen, Scott Burrell, who pitched against us in 1989, is now 9.5 feet tall. He threw 108 miles an hour, and the ball he hit to left field actually caused damage to the space shuttle. That's the joy of these stories as you get older. The 2-1 to Hatch, and that is right there. Whoever called, whether that was a call, a shakeoff, or whatever, 6-0. You got a freshman batting 8th, and you throw a 2-1 breaking ball.
Yeah.
This is where whoever's doing it, there's a lack of sync. I just don't think the upside is there.
Right.
You need him to establish his fastball. If you're going to, and there's strike 2, if you're going to get the best out of Aiden Cochran, which you can win a state championship if you get the best out of Glover, 70, and Cochran, he needs to continue to pound the zone with that fastball.
Right.
3-2 pitch, and he puts it past Hatch for strike 3, 2 strikeouts, and 3 in a row for Cochran, and he'll face the 9-hitter, and that's going to be pitcher Ramani Hendrickson. So Cochran, who has not allowed a hit, has now struck out 3 straight batters, and that is 9 total for him in the game. Hendrickson was a strikeout victim in his first at-bat. 2 outs here in the 5th, and that is a ball.
And again, if you're trying to get this kid to get control of his fastball, keep throwing it. They're not touching it right now. There's no need. He could be throwing all fastballs and still get away with what he's doing.
What I've noticed in recent times, and I talk about this with guys in the ECC right now, we've got some guys like Cam Ogden, Division I, throws 88, 92 with a hard slider, and he gets in that same mode as Cochran, where he sometimes throws breaking balls in counts that I would like to see him continue to pound the zone with strikes, with fastballs. And I talked about it, and I'll tell you my theory in a moment. Fastball, 2-2. It's almost like in Little League when you see the kid throw fastballs, and occasionally a kid will foul it off, and then they throw the breaking ball, and they miss by 8 feet. And they start throwing the breaking balls, because if they feel like it's the swinging and missing by 8 feet, and there's a good fastball for strike 3, and that sets down Hendrickson. No hits through 5 for NFA. We head to the bottom of the 5th at 6-0. We'll keep it here. So you get this kid in Little League. He could throw nothing but fastballs to 90% of the hitters, and he'd have success. There might be a hitter or 2 in the lineup that can put that fastball in play, and it's generally weak contact, and you might have one kid who can cause some damage. So to him, you pitch. Everybody else, you dominate with the fastball. But then you throw the breaking ball, they look foolish. and you love how they look foolish. So you start realizing, same thing in high school, that this kid, if I throw a fastball, he's going to ground out to second. But if I throw a breaking ball, he's going to look foolish. Well, the ground ball to second is a non-threatening thing. The looking foolish is fun, but then you start missing and you start hitting bats and throwing pitches that guys can catch up to. I feel like a lot of these kids in high school are taught at a very early age to throw way too many breaking balls. Some people talk about college, the aluminum bats, a lot of different reasons, but is there anything better than fastball command at an early age?
No. And one of the biggest things that I, as a pitching coach, as I was coming up the levels, I always tried to explain to my pitchers was, if we can get away with a fastball until the third or fourth inning, why are we going to show them the breaking ball? Guess what? If you're pounding the strike zone with a fastball and you're getting outs and you're doing a good job and you're efficient, then why not keep doing it? Why are you going to – I think we talked about this in a previous broadcast. First batter gets up in an inning, right? First batter, there's 8 other guys, that have to come up, right? And they're watching that at bat. You go out as a pitcher, you throw first pitch fastball, you throw your breaking ball the next pitch, then you throw another fastball, then you throw your changeup, then you throw another. You've showed them your whole arsenal in the first at bat, and all 8 guys, and 9 guys in the lineup have now seen everything. There's no mystery. If you can get away with a fastball for 3 or 4 innings, do it. Is it against the rules that you have to throw the breaking ball?
That's what I'm saying.
Or you can only throw one pitch? No. If you're dominating with one pitch, go out and dominate. And also, you're talking pitch counts for a high school kid. Guess what? That one fastball that hits a ground ball is an out, just like Jake did, right? Nena did today.
Threw 90% fastballs.
He threw 68 pitches today.
And most were fastballs.
You know?
So we're in the bottom of the 5th. Harrison Papuga, Andrew Seveny, and Will McKiernan. East Lyme 6 in the first and nothing since. An unbelievable job by Romani Hendrickson. Let's see if he can continue it in the 5th. And then I'm going to be the ultimate, I can't say it because the baseball gods are listening. But through 5 innings, something is going on with the pitcher, Aiden Cochran, and the batters of NFA. Breaking ball outside, 2-0. I will say that in the second game, Andrew Seveny threw a no-hitter against Bacon Academy. That was a 7 innings of no hits. There are 5 innings of none now, so that's 12 straight innings where there haven't been any. Good take there, even though it was a strike, 2-1.
I give this kid a lot. I can't say it enough.
I don't want to
I've given him a lot of credit for coming in the first inning in that situation and then settling down and giving the NFA Wildcats an opportunity to win this game, because East Lyme has now taken their foot off the pedal.
Well, they have. And I'm going to say this. We are looking at, and I don't want to jinx or get ahead, but we are looking at what will go down in history as the most dominant pitching in the history of the ECC tournament if they follow this over the next 2 innings. Line drive into center field for a base hit for Papuga.
That is a great piece of hitting. We talked about that in one of the breaks. What are you looking for in this situation against a lefty that is throwing a little softer and working to the outer half? Well, you stay on the ball, you stay through the middle part of the field, you see the ball deep, you'll see it long. Let it get in on your hands a little bit. Guess what? He's not throwing hard enough to beat you. So you're still going to square one up and hit it up the middle, or you might even get out a little quicker and line one to left.
Seveny doubled in his first at bat, takes a ball high as Papuga leads off first. I don't even want to say it, but if what's going on right now continues, that would be back-to-back of these things. Off of, by the way, in the first game they gave up 1 run in 10 innings. So they could go 1 run, no runs, 1 hit, a certain amount of hits that I can't say out loud. So I'm just saying that it is potentially the greatest 3-day pitching that we've ever seen in the ECC tournament. Pitch to Seveny, down, ball 1 rather.
Now, did you say this is the 4th straight year or the 5th straight year they've been in the ECC final?
I believe this is the 4th straight year they've been in the ECC final. I know that back-to-back years, Woodstock Academy, they won it. 2-0 here, breaking ball in for a strike. I believe it's 4, but I think these seniors have never not played in the ECC championship game.
So we're looking at East Lyme being the premier over the last 4 or 5 years team.
That one hits 70.
In
He'll
the
head to
ECC.
first. Yes, I would say that Waterford, East Lyme had a run where they were the two,
Right.
and Waterford is still right there. But Woodstock Academy the last 2 years won it, so it's been a little different, and we're going to get a trip to the mound. That might be it for Hendrickson, who has just given them outstanding effort. So we'll see
Unbelievable
that. We'll
effort.
see what happens here. First and second, nobody out. Bottom 5, and you got to remember that East Lyme is, they put up a 4 spot. This game ends here. So that's going to be all for Hendrickson. We got a pitching change. We'll take a break. You're watching Game Day Live on theday.com.
Water Street Waffle Company is sponsoring the Water Street Waffle Woman of the Week, given to women who are helping the program, oftentimes without a lot of accolades or a lot of notoriety. And Killingly High School was very quick to jump in with Allison Gilbert. Let me tell you what they said. For her dedication, professionalism, and continued support of Killingly High School athletics, helping them stay healthy on and off the field. You are the Water Street Waffle Woman of the Week. Here's a gift card to Water Street Waffle in New London. And just talk about exactly that, helping keep kids healthy on and off the field.
Yeah, I mean, I've been an athletic trainer for 20 years, which doesn't seem possible because I don't feel like I'm that old. But I've worked at Killingly High School, Griswold High School, Plainfield High School, and the Coast Guard Academy. So it's been, I try to take care of their physical injuries, if they have ankle sprains or concussions or anything that may happen in sports. And then I try to just be there for them if they need to talk or need somebody to listen, and whatever else they may need.
Well, I reached out to your athletic director, and both he and the baseball coach were very quick and unanimous. Like, this is the person that needs to get this, because we wouldn't be able to field teams if she wasn't there for us. And as someone who had a son that played high school sports as well, I know how important it is, more than wrapping the ankle. High school kids need to know that they're protected and feel safe and are going to get better, and the trainers are so important in that. Give us one thing that keeps you coming back day after day.
It's just the kids. Like I always say, I have 2 kids at home, and I have had hundreds of kids through my time at my schools. So they are, they all matter to me. I think of them like I would take care of my own kids. So.
Well, it shows, because everybody raves about the work that you do, and they said that this was absolutely a no-brainer for Killingly High School. So congratulations, and thank you for all that you do with the kids at Killingly High School. She's the Water Street Waffle Company Woman of the Week. It's Killingly's Allison Gilbert.
Will McKiernan.
So 6-0, first and second, nobody out. The second baseman, Will McKiernan, who's 2 for 2 on the day. And in to pitch is the former third baseman for NFA. It's Nico Cosentino. Ball outside. Walsh, who started the game on the mound, is now playing third. Cosentino into the game to pitch, so they lose the DH, which they never had. So they actually effectively just pivoted guys around. So I believe that's a resubstitution. Walsh came out of the game for Hendrickson, has now gone back into the game for Hendrickson, and he'll bat in his 9 spot. Cosentino goes into pitch, and he slides into his place at third.
Again, your old coach, Coach Vargas, was great at that.
Oh, the switches and the
double switches and the double switch and sliding back in. And
1-1 inside to McKiernan, 2-1. Remember, 4 spot here and the game's over. So it is for NFA to keep playing. It is important that they try to grind through this one. McKiernan looks at the 2-1. Lines foul, out of play, 2-2.
a little colder tonight, but beautiful night here.
Gorgeous night. And after listening to Lee Walter talk about, all the things you can do here at Dodd Stadium during the Sea Unicorn game, breaking ball outside, that'll fill the count, 3-2.
My neighbors, I have an older couple that are my neighbors. No connection to any baseball or anything like that. She loves the Yankees. He loves the Detroit Tigers. They come out.
3-2 pitch coming to McKiernan with runners on first and second. Line down the right field line, foul.
They come out a few times every year and come watch the Sea Unicorns, and they love it. Don't have a horse in the race. but they love coming out.
You're going to get a bunch of locals this year.
Yeah.
Ian Cochran, Jack Treat, Jacob Schrag, a lot of guys here from the ECC pitching for the Sea Unicorns, playing for the Sea Unicorns this year. 3-2 to McKiernan. Runners lead off of first and second. Soft ground ball, fouled in the box. It remains 3-2. You know, you talk about it. I went to a Long Island Ducks game a couple weeks ago, saw Trevor Bauer pitch for the Ducks. I mentioned I go watch AA baseball at the Dunk in Hartford. I've been to minor league games. The Savannah Bananas are the biggest thing in the world right now. You know, the family-friendly, independent, and alternative baseball leagues provide great entertainment.
Right.
3-2. Outside, ball 4, and the bases will be loaded.
And you're right. A family of 4 going to Yankee Stadium or Fenway, you're dropping $600-700
We
easily.
talked about it. I said I went to the movies.
Easily.
I went to the movies. 4 of us paid $100. You could come cheaper here.
Yeah. But I mean, a family of 4 going to a Yankee or Red Sox game is
Designated hitter number 1.
it's ridiculous.
Bellamy.
I mean, I love my Yankees and you love your Red Sox, but like, gets to a point where you're like, I'd rather sit home and watch it at home.
I like my Red Sox, but I think we should just be friends. Bases loaded. Designated hitter Kyle Selamy in, and that is to the backstop. And a run will come in and score, and the runners will move up to second and third on the wild pitch. Papuga scores. 70 moves up to third. McKiernan to second, and Selamy will have a chance to drive in a couple more for the Vikings here after the wild pitch from Cosentino. Outside.
This is, I guess you got to bring him in, right?
I mean, yeah, you're not giving up.
Yeah.
Fastball high. So East Lyme has been in the Connecticut State Championship game in Little League the past 4 years in a row as well. Our good friend Todd Donovan of the Shell Shockers. East Lyme is right now trying to push Waterford as Baseball USA.
Yep.
Fastball catches the corner, 3-2, so second and third here, nobody out. Full count, and fouled out of play by Selamy. But, you know, you think about it, right? Those kids who have been to 4 straight Little League state championships are the next generation of these East Lyme Vikings.
Yep.
So.
And we had a little run like that in Waterford a few years back where those kids kept going to state finals.
Yep, that was back with Bono and Epps and that group. But
and then the Burrows and the Podeswas, they were same thing. They went to Little League stuff and won state championships. And
that's the first time Eddie Nena may have expanded a little teeny bit, and he caught Selamy looking for the first out. Diotto will be up next. So you think about it, right? These guys, these seniors, don't know anything about ECC championships. Those Little Leaguers don't know anything but championships. It does breed, a sense of winning here.
And so bringing it back to us and our youth, we only knew winning, right? New London, Waterford, we won. And I told some people one day, and they were like, I said, Waterford, we're baseball royalty. I was like, we're one of the best teams in the state, youth and high school. I'm like, we won games before we even walked off the bus. Same with New London. It was the same thing with us in New London Legion. We beat teams before we even put the cleats on. It's an attitude.
So 1-2 here to Diotto. Swing and a miss, and a nice job with back-to-back strikeouts by Cosentino. Top of the order, Grayson Biggs coming up. Let's flip it to the Wildcats for a second. A resurgent year, 15-5 here in the ECC finals. Gritting, trying to scrap it. Back-to-back double L state championships with Carrigan and Eric Campbell. We saw John Iovino come in and talk to us. Like, NFA's got a tradition, of excellent baseball too. So You know, the ECC has always been an outstanding baseball conference statewide with championships. You know, as a New London guy, I sit and think, well, I've won 5. And you're sitting there, you've won, 10. And East Lyme, is talking about that. The ECC, very, very good. And I'd be very surprised if some team doesn't make a run here in the ECC, in the state tournament as well. I think Montville still has what it takes. I think East Lyme has what it takes. I think there are a number of teams, Waterford, that can make runs in the state tournament. Line drive into shallow center field, closing the center fielder, Cleary. He can't get it. It falls for a base hit. 2 runs will score on the double by Grayson Biggs.
And I'm kind of looking over at Mike right now because you were covering us, Mike. But in the late 80s, when we won our state championship, there was like 3 or 4 year stretch of ECC teams winning 2 out of the 4,
East
right?
Lyme, New London, Waterford, and Fitch each won the same year as the other.
Right.
New London and Fitch, Waterford and East Lyme, yes. Now, Biggs takes it inside, and here's what's important to note as that run scored. It's 9-0. Biggs singles in his brother, and this game is over. So let's put that in perspective here in the bottom of the 5th. As he fouls it off. I believe in 1987, New London and Fitch won state championships. In 1988, Waterford and East Lyme won state championships.
And East Lyme won again in '89.
As did Fitch.
Right.
So I believe 3 years in a row. Biggs takes it up high for ball 2, 2-1. We should remind everybody, just in case it does end here, we'll be signing off relatively quickly. Fouled by Biggs. The Roberto's Log Cabin player of the game day, the Sea Unicorns big hitter of the game, and the coach's interview, all on Game Day CT following the game. So we will not be keeping you here very long after this one ends. Biggs fouls it back off, stays alive at 2-2.
Had the runner going there.
Brother Grayson on second. Garrison Biggs. Cosentino trying to keep the game extended to the 6th. Delivers the 2-2. Again fouled off.
Got a pretty good crowd here tonight for the night game.
Well,
NFA fans showed up.
Yep, always love it because between games they do all the awards,
Right.
so a lot of people come and they stay, so they finish the first game, they watch the second game. A lot of people, quite frankly, wanted to watch Aiden Cochran pitch tonight as well. 2-2 to Garrison Biggs. Ground ball through the hole into right field. Grayson Biggs rounds third. Here comes the play to the plate. He slides. He's safe. Vikings win. Vikings win. Your ECC Division I champions are the East Lyme Vikings. 10-0. It's through 5. Unless I'm missing something, that should be it. We're waiting, and is that not the rule anymore? Is it not 10 through 5? I'm not sure what we're waiting for right now. If that is the case, if it is over here at 10-0, if it is 10-0 and this thing is over, then
Ed Nenna's going to talk to Phil Orby.
and there it is. That's your 10-0 Mercy rule, which means Aiden Cochran has thrown a 5-inning no-hitter on the heels of Andrew 70's 7-inning no-hitter. That is back-to-back no-hitters, back-to-back shutouts for the East Lyme Vikings. We're going to talk to Jack Biggs. We're going to talk to our Roberto's Log Cabin player of the game day, and we're going to talk to our Sea Unicorns big hitter. For Mike Susie and all the game day crew, I'm Casey O'Neill saying you've been watching Game Day live on theday.com.